Доброе утро, уважаемые гости и участники конференции. Сегодня мы начинаем сессию постерных докладов. Первым докладчиком у нас будет Нанкевич Алена Анваровна. Сейчас мы сменим презентацию. Тема постерного доклада – обзор исследований по цветовой категоризации, опубликованных за последние 15 лет в базах данных Google Scholar, eLibrary.ru и Киберленинга. Алена, доброе утро.
Доброе утро. Всем здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте. Алена, можете включить камеру?
Сейчас.
Угу. Да, отлично, мы вас видим. Презентация открылась. Сейчас мы запустим, и можно начинать.
Я просила запустить озвученную уже презентацию,
Вот
если
она.
можно.
Сейчас идет озвученная.
Хорошо.
Да. Угу.
Лет и выявление актуальных направлений в изучении категоризации цвета. Поиск исследований осуществлялся в системах eLibrary.ru, Google Scholar и Киберленинга. Поиск проводился по ключевому слову «категоризация цвета». Отбор источников осуществлялся в 3 этапа. На первом этапе был произведен поиск с использованием фильтров «Год выпуска», «Точное совпадение», «Поиск в заголовках», «Поиск в заголовках и ключевых словах», благодаря чему был получен список из 81 статьи. На основе анализа информации, представленной в заголовках и аннотациях статей, были отобраны 42 статьи, в которых речь непосредственно шла о различных аспектах цветовой категоризации. Далее из 42 статей было отобрано 20 статей, отвечающих критериям год выпуска, который применялся при поиске статей, и тема исследования. Критерий темы исследования подразумевает, что статья посвящена проблеме цветовой категоризации, при этом не рассматриваются случаи, связанные с различными отклонениями, например, цветовая категоризация у людей, имеющих какие-либо заболевания. Также были исключены статьи, посвященные цветовой категоризации у животных. Анализ содержания отобранных 20 статей позволил разделить их на теоретические, эмпирические и социолингвистические. К теоретическим исследованиям были отнесены статьи, в которых раскрываются и анализируются понятия и гипотезы, связанные с категоризацией, в том числе категоризацией цвета. В данной группе можно выделить подгруппу исследований, описывающих категоризацию в целом. В них раскрываются проблемы категоризации как когнитивного процесса, теории категоризации. Вторую подгруппу теоретических исследований составили статьи, посвященные теориям цветовой категоризации, таким как гипотеза универсализма Берлина и Кея, гипотеза языковой детерминированности Сапира-Уорфа, теория когнитивной точки зрения Маклори. Общей тенденцией является рассмотрение субъективных и объективных факторов, влияющих на цветовую категоризацию, указание на динамизм данного процесса. В группу эмпирических исследований вошли статьи, в которых были представлены результаты изучения связи между визуально воспринимаемым цветом и цветонаименованием, и экспериментального анализа сущности цветовых категорий и основ их организации, категориальных эффектов, проявляющихся в процессе цветоразличения, и факторов, влияющих на исследование процесса и результатов цветовой категоризации. В эту же группу мы отнесли исследование, в котором описывается математическая модель процесса цветовой категоризации, определяющая цветовые категории, подобно тому, как это делают нейроны головного мозга, отвечающие за данный процесс. В группе социолингвистических исследований были отнесены статьи, в которых описывается влияние культурных, социальных и языковых факторов на процесс цветовой категоризации. В данных статьях рассматривается влияние возраста и пола на цветовую категоризацию. Также рассматривается степень влияния факта владения информатом иностранными языками, либо факта владения 2 или 3 языками в равной степени. В отдельную подгруппу были выделены исследования, посвященные изучению цветовой категоризации у детей. Внимание исследователей, изучающих данную возрастную группу, обращено к проблемам цветовосприятия и цветоразличения, степени влияния занятий изобразительным искусством на цветовую категоризацию и ее роли в развитии концептуального цветного пространства. Кроме того, изучение цветовой категоризации у детей свидетельствует о наличии так называемых детских категорий цвета, что нашло отражение в том, как дети различают цвета и лексиконе, используемом для цветообозначения. Результаты проведенного анализа позволяют составить представление об актуальном состоянии проблемы цветовой категоризации и направлениях ее исследования. На данный момент нет единой теории цветовой категоризации, которая получила бы единое признание со стороны научного сообщества. С другой стороны, очевидным фактом является то, что индивидуальный и социальный опыт информанта играет значительную роль при выполнении задач цветовой категоризации, что, несомненно, требует дальнейшего углубленного изучения с использованием междисциплинарного подхода. Спасибо за внимание.
Алена, спасибо вам за презентацию. Мы переходим к следующему докладчику. Позвольте сначала про наш план на сегодняшнее утро рассказать. Мы представляем постерные доклады в первую очередь тех участников, кто присутствует онлайн, а потом показываем, у нас есть озвученные постерные доклады, тогда мы их покажем после того, как участники, которые есть в онлайн, закончатся. И постерные доклады все имеются на сайте конференции, там их можно изучить, посмотреть и задавать вопросы. Что касается вопросов, если у вас по постерным докладам возникают вопросы, пожалуйста, присылайте их в чат в Zoom или на YouTube, или в группу WhatsApp, и тогда там можно будет развернуть дискуссию. А теперь мы переходим к нашему следующему докладчику, Елена Анатольевна Соловьева. Елена Анатольевна, доброе утро.
Доброе утро. Всем участникам доброе утро.
Очень приятно вас видеть в нашем Zoom-руме сегодня так рано. Мы подготовили вашу презентацию, она уже готова, поэтому я только объявлю название «Ассоциативный потенциал цветовых символов», и можно начинать.
Итак, вот тема моего доклада. Ну и надо сказать, что проблема цветовой символики, она всегда интересовала. Можно следующий слайд, Василий, переключить. Проблема цветовой символики, она всегда интересовала исследователей, хотя в разные времена акценты делались на разных аспектах. В 70-е и 80-е годы исследователи больше волновали прагматические вопросы, ну вот как в случае с цветовым кодированием в инженерной психологии. Различимость цветов, их информативность, читаемость, сочетание цветов и так далее. В какие-то другие периоды больше были интересны символы, скорее, вот какие-то мистические смыслы искали. В настоящее время проблема цветовой символики опять встает в связи с усилением роли визуальной и образной, визуальных и образных языков в коммуникациях. Мы все больше уходим в виртуальные коммуникации, и поэтому даже такие вопросы, как выбор цветности для наших презентаций, формы, диаграмм и представления наших данных и нашей информации, формы и цветность, цвет шрифтов и так далее. Множество таких вот прагматических вопросов, может быть мелких, может быть крупных. И можно предположить, что так же, как разные слова, цвета обладают разным понятийным потенциалом, который связан как с накопленным культурным опытом, так и с физическими возможностями самого цвета. И понятийный потенциал цветов может проявляться через те ассоциации, которые цветом порождаются. Можно следующий слайд? Следующий слайд. Мы выдвинули гипотезу, что существует различия в психологической структуре ассоциаций, которые возникают при восприятии различных цветовых эталонов. Эти различия обусловлены как спектральными характеристиками цветов, их культурно-специфическими, уже такими наслоившимися символическими значениями, так и социально-демографическими характеристиками респондентов и средовыми условиями восприятия. Следующий слайд. Пожалуйста. Следующий слайд. Методы и процедуры исследования. Мы использовали метод свободных ассоциаций с последующей обработкой ответов с помощью контент-анализа. Это такой затратный метод, но тем не менее очень интересный. И метод семантического дифференциала Чарльза Озгуда, который активно применяется в психологии. Процедура эксперимента описана на общем экране, потому что индивидуальные мониторы, они имеют свою специфику передачи цвета. Засвечивались поочередно цветовые эталоны, и респонденты заполняли бланк семантического дифференциала, потом в свободной форме записывали все возникающие в связи с цветом ассоциации. Использовалось 5 цветовых эталонов: красный, желтый, зеленый, голубой и фиолетовый. То есть, извините, здесь у меня написано фиолетовый, на самом деле пурпурный, то бишь вот 2 доли красного, 1 доля синего. Везде в тексте фиолетовый, но в статье я изменю на правильное. В качестве респондентов выступали студенты технических вузов Санкт-Петербурга, это студенты и аспиранты, 180 человек, приличная выборка, в равной степени мужчины и женщины были представлены. Следующий слайд. Следующий слайд. Можно? Да. Ну и контент-анализ ассоциаций, которые вызываются цветом, показал наличие 2 основных параметров, по которым мы можем эти ассоциации распределить. Это типичность, индивидуальность и конкретность, абстрактность. При этом, очевидно, существует набор таких наиболее часто встречающихся устойчивых ассоциаций, то бишь причем эти ассоциации были в основном на типичные, я имею в виду, на голубой и красные цвета. А также есть достаточно большое количество индивидуальных ассоциаций. Наибольшее количество было на пурпурный цвет, желтый и зеленый промежуточное положение занимал. Можно следующий слайд, я уже так это на английском языке. Нет, следующий с картинками. Вот это, наверное, основной результат был. По параметру конкретность, абстрактность были выделены 4 типа ассоциаций. Это предметные ассоциации, связанные с называнием цвета предметов, образные ассоциации, где скорее такая ориентация на цвет явления. Да, если зеленая трава, понятно, что это зеленая трава, то, скажем, дорога в поле, она может быть и коричневой, и желтой, и зеленой, но, вероятно, у нашего респондента эта ассоциация связана именно с желтым цветом, поскольку все окружение также вот в эту ассоциацию включено. Эмоциональные ассоциации, где так или иначе кодируются какие-то переживания или отношения, вот веселье, лень, усталость и так далее. И абстрактные ассоциации, рациональность, бездна, и вот такого типа. И оказалось, что ассоциативный потенциал каждого из цветов имеет свою собственную структуру, которая заключается в определенном соотношении 4 типов выделенных ассоциаций. И можно видеть, что вот красный цвет вызывает в основном предметные ассоциации, и какое-то количество образной ассоциации, в общем, так или иначе, так, с революционной религиозной символикой связаны. Голубой цвет вызывает в основном эмоциональные ассоциации. Пурпурный цвет, наибольшее количество абстрактных ассоциаций было на пурпурный цвет, но также и предметные ассоциации. То есть вот растянуто по этой шкале абстрактные и предметные. Кстати, вспоминая вчерашний доклад о цветах у Рериха, мы тоже можем вспомнить вот это большое количество лиловых, фиолетовых, пурпурных цветов в картинах Рериха, которые кодируют, передают, с одной стороны, совершенно конкретные вещи, горы, да, что может быть устойчивее гор, а с другой стороны, вот за этими горами, это не просто изображение гор, в их иконическом подобии, а за этим скрываются, в общем-то, какие-то философские смыслы рериховские. И зеленый цвет, ассоциации с зеленым цветом, они растянуты по шкале эмоциональные, образные. Наблюдается некое такое противопоставление дополнительных цветов. Да, вот зеленый и пурпурный по разным шкалам, равно как и голубой и красный цвета. Также у нас, оказывается, растянуты по разным шкалам. Желтый цвет занимает промежуточное положение, он похож, и ассоциация с ним похожа на красный цвет, но надо сказать, что ассоциация с желтым цветом очень сильно зависит от времени суток. Вот здесь я показываю общие результаты, хотя на самом деле там какие-то и отдельно анализировались те ассоциации, которые возникали в первую половину дня и во вторую половину дня. Это не очень так сильно сказывалось, по крайней мере, на вот структуре ассоциации, за исключением желтого цвета. Вот ассоциации с желтым цветом меняются достаточно сильно. Следующий слайд. Можно? Значит, оказалось, что вот эти цветовые ассоциации, их наличие, их структура достаточно сильно связана с индивидуальными, точнее, все-таки с социально-демографическими характеристиками наших респондентов. И на этом слайде показано распределение. Я сразу должна сказать, что это не параметрическая статистика, поскольку контент-анализ, результаты контент-анализа, они не предполагают возможность использования параметрической статистики. Это скорее такая иллюстративная, да, заканчиваю. И вот очевидный, достаточно понятный результат, типичный, индивидуальный, зависит от возраста и такого социального образовательного опыта. У аспиранта показывают более индивидуализированные ответы, а вот мужчины и женщины по шкале конкретные абстрактные результаты оказались достаточно интересные. Мужчины-аспиранты, у них больше абстрактных ассоциаций, а вот у женщин-аспирантов больше конкретных, хотя и индивидуализированных. У нас есть предположение, с чем это связано, но это выходит за пределы нашей темы. Следующий слайд с выводами. Ну, это мы пройдем. Собственно, семантический дифференциал подтвердил вот эти результаты, и мы видим фиолетовый, то бишь пурпурный, вот разнообразие ассоциаций связано с тем, что два фактора, они, в общем-то, противоположны немножко по своему семантическому значению, а в то же время вот красный и голубой достаточно такие вот собранные и понятные однозначные факторы. Ну и слайд с выводами. То, что цвета обладают разным ассоциативным потенциалом, и значит для кодирования или для передачи изображения разного или информации разного уровня, она ведь у нас тоже может быть разной степени и абстрактности, и индивидуализированности, можно, ну, по крайней мере, разные цветовые фоны запускать для того, чтобы и у наших респондентов была настройка на какой-то определенный способ реагирования. Ассоциация различается по параметрам типичность, индивидуальность, конкретность, абстрактность через 4 типа ассоциаций можем определить, и каждый цвет характеризуется сочетанием своих видов ассоциаций, которые, кроме всего прочего, зависят и от социально-демографических характеристик респондента. Практическим результатом данного исследования могут быть рекомендации по использованию цвета в визуальных коммуникациях. И я, по крайней мере, так вот поняла, хотя цвета для презентации выбираю интуитивно, но тем не менее вот есть некая такая соотнесенность с этими результатами. Спасибо за внимание. Понятно, что в этом исследовании не анализировались вот такие вот конкретные конические индексальные содержания, а именно вот формальная оценка ассоциации, вида ассоциации, как и словесного понятия. Все.
Спасибо большое, Елена Анатольевна. Прекрасный доклад. Вопросы отслеживайте в чатах. Мы переходим далее к следующему докладчику.
Я тогда отключу себя свое изображение.
Воронцова Кристина Владиславовна, город Краков, Польша, колористика художественного пространства Польши в русской поэзии второй половины XX века.
Дамы и господа, дорогие друзья, здравствуйте, меня зовут Кристина Воронцова, и я представляю Естественно-гуманитарный университет города Седлице, Польша. И сегодня я представлю доклад на тему колористика художественного пространства Польши в русской поэзии второй половины XX века. Дамы и господа, дорогие друзья, здравствуйте, меня зовут Кристина. Прежде всего, конечно, нужно уточнить понятие польский текст русской литературы или русской культуры. Собственно говоря, пользуюсь определением о том, что польский текст – это совокупность литературных произведений, создающих образ Польши в двух параллельных аспектах своего и чужого художественного пространства, складывающихся в течение длительного периода времени под влиянием как интертекстуальных, так и внетекстовых факторов, например, политической пропаганды во времена Советского Союза, определенный исторический период, культурные мифы, существующие в русской культуре в отношении Польши и так далее. Кроме того, польский текст характеризуется неоднозначной структурой, негомогенностью. Это своего рода метатекст, объединяющий целый ряд локальных текстов, например, варшавский текст или краковский текст, именных, есть так называемая шопениана или мицкевичиана русской культуры, и событийных текстов, сверхтекстов, например, текст Варшавского восстания. Кроме того, центральной характеристикой польского текста русской литературы является, в моем понимании, пороговость, доминантная характеристика польского текста русской культуры. То есть такая переходность между одним типом пространства и другим. Само собой, данная теория текстов, сверхтекстов строится на известнейшей работе Топорова «Петербург и петербургский текст русской литературы». И, естественно, польский текст – это что-то вроде петербургского текста. И пытаюсь доказать, что он существует. Кроме того, методология моя опирается на работы Нины Медниц, Александра Лшакова, Натальи Купиной, Галины Битинской, Ольги Лыткиной и других исследователей локальных, именных и событийных сверхтекстов. Прежде всего, конечно, итальянского текста русской культуры, но также идет дискуссия о существовании китайского, московского и так далее. Прежде всего, если мы говорим о польском тексте конкретного исторического периода с 1945 по 1991 год, то здесь в отношении цветов есть определенная схема. Да, колористика пространства Польши в русской поэзии представлена тремя основными группами цветов. Прежде всего, это бело-красный или даже червоный цвет. Это цвет пепла, такой пепельный цвет, и цвета, представляющие зимний ландшафт. Синий, голубой, белый, такой серебряный, ледяной. Давайте же проследим, откуда взялся, например, мотив красного цвета или червоного. Да? Прежде всего, на мой взгляд, в поэзию русскую это проникло из песни «Червоны маки на Монте-Кассино», которая появилась впервые для русскоязычного зрителя, русскоязычного читателя в фильме «Попел и диамант» Анджея Вайды «Пепел и алмаз», и уже оттуда перешло непосредственно в тексты русской культуры, русской литературы. И можно посмотреть на слайде и примеры, цитаты из самых разных произведений официальной и неофициальной поэзии от Иосифа Бродского до Александра Галича или даже официальных поэтов, таких как Владимир Сергеев, которые связывают всегда эти цветущие маки, червоные маки, алые маки на Монте-Кассино с мотивом крови, с трагической историей Польши в XX веке, да и в предшествующих веках, когда Польша, напомню, например, больше 100 лет просто не существовала на карте Европы, она была разделена между тремя империями, российской, прусской и австро-венгерской империями, и этот период характеризовался, например, кровавыми восстаниями. Да? То есть мотив крови всегда связан с таким определенным героизмом, да, и этот красный цвет мы всегда видим в русской культуре, потому что песня «Червоные маки на Монте-Кассино» стала так называемым прецедентным текстом для русской литературы. Кроме того, напомню, что флаг Польши выглядит как бело-красный. Сами поляки про себя говорят бело-червоний, да, то есть бело-красный, бело-алый. Таким образом, этот цвет проникает в колористику польского пространства и в русской литературе тоже. Давайте же проследим, откуда цвет пепла также очень интересный. Опять же, обратите внимание, на слайде представлены цитаты из самых разных произведений, самых разных авторов. Пепельный цвет связан с концептом пепла Варшавы, последствия Варшавского восстания, когда после восстания нацистскими войсками город был практически полностью уничтожен, и особенно старый город, историческая часть. И посмотрите на фотографии, как он выглядел. Во многих стихотворениях советского периода русской культуры есть этот мотив города сожженного до пепла и потом восстановленного с нуля такого города Феникса. Отсюда и цвет пепла, цвет золы, пыль, кварталы, лежащие в пыли. Пепел может быть черный, серый, беловатый и так далее. Цвет. И буквально маленькое отступление о Кракове. Краков для советского поэта, такого собирательного образа советского поэта, никогда не был особенно интересным. Варшава была городом молодых, но тем не менее можно встретить некоторую колористику старого города. В Кракове, например, на фотографии изображены сукенницы, суконные ряды, краковская достопримечательность в самом центре, в старом городе. И это современное стихотворение современного автора Сергея Морейна «Краковский трубач», где он называет сукенниц зеленым бисквитом. Хотя, конечно, видно, что в солнечный день это не совсем зеленый цвет, он такой бежевый скорее, но в стихотворении речь идет о зиме и таких тенях влажных. Но, тем не менее, это не типичный пример. И последняя группа цветов, о которой хотелось бы сказать в этом выступлении, это цвета, связанные с концептом зимы, так как Польша и особенно польки, прекрасные польки, в которых влюблялись русские мужчины, представляли собой женщин холодных, расчетливых. Их часто сравнивают с ледяными скульптурами или с женщинами, высеченными изо льда. Вот ярким примером здесь является поэма Ильи Сильвинского «Алиса», где девушка, в которую влюблен лирический герой, обладает очень синими глазами, и он называет их льдистыми, что это такая арктическая дева изо льда. Почему? Потому что любовь, естественно, невзаимная. Ну и, собственно говоря, в концепт зимы очень тесно связан с Польшей для русскоязычного поэта, русскоязычного автора. И это, конечно, связано в том числе и с концептом несчастливой любви, невзаимной любви, когда русский мужчина пышет страстью, а польская женщина не отвечает ему взаимностью. На этом слайде представлена библиография, которая пользовалась при подготовке данного выступления. Прежде всего, конечно, о сверхтекстах, но в том числе и источники. Thank you for your attention. I would like to summarize the whole presentation in Russian. So the topic was connected to the colors of artistic space of Poland in Russian poetry after the Second World War. And I explained that there were three main groups of colors. First of all, it was bright red, which is connected to the very important, very famous song about red poppies, right? And with the concept of blood, with the heroic past of Polish nation, and of course with the flag of Poland, which is white and red. The second group was about the color of ash after the Second World War, and especially after the Varsovian uprising, when the whole city was burned out and the whole capital of
Уважаемые гости, участники конференции, следующий докладчик у нас присутствует в Zoom-руме. Михаил Михайлович Красиков. Михаил Михайлович, доброе утро. Включите, пожалуйста, микрофон. Михаил Михайлович, микрофон включите, пожалуйста. Слева внизу кнопочка есть.
Ага, раз.
Да, все, хорошо, мы вас слышим. Михаил Михайлович, тема вашего постерного доклада «Цвет в традиционной народной культуре украинцев. Символика и прагматика. Некоторые наблюдения». У вас 5 минут есть на доклад. Пожалуйста, можно начинать.
10 минут, как я понял.
Вы эфирки в микрофон.
Алло, меня слышно, да?
Михаил Михайлович, вас слышно хорошо. Да, можно говорить.
Так, добрый день. И я буквально пробегусь по этой теме, поскольку она огромная, и коснусь буквально только того, о чем говорят те кадры, которые мы посмотрим. Цвета в украинской культуре народной имеют колоссальное значение. Они, известно, в разных сферах маркированы. И в первую очередь, конечно, это архитектура. Потому что символ вообще всего украинского – это мазанка, такой этнический маркер. И она непременно должна быть белого цвета. Хотя встречаются варианты и другой колористики. Однако классика, которая и на работах Куинджи и других художников, это именно белый цвет. Белый цвет ассоциируется с идеей, естественно, чистоты, опрятности, но имеет еще и сакральный смысл, если можно следующий кадр, поскольку и храмы тоже традиционные слобожанские, особенно тот стиль 17-го, начала 18 века, который мы знаем как стиль казацкого или украинского барокко, они должны быть исключительно белые. Сегодня, к сожалению, некоторые, в частности в Харькове, владельцы епархии, собственно, этих храмов, их иногда перекрашивают, но это нарушение закона об охране культурного наследия. Дальше, следующий кадр. Покажите, пожалуйста, да, вышивка. Вышивка белым по белому считается одной из самых древних в Украине. Особенно она у нас представлена в Харьковском и Полтавском регионе, но встречается и в других регионах. И тоже вот эта вот идея чистая белая сорочка и никаких других цветов, кроме белого, это тоже имеет отношение к представлению о сакральности. Дальше, если можно. Эдельвейс в Карпатах он растет, и там его называют квитка счастья, то есть цветок счастья, и дарят иногда женщинам, которым испытывают симпатию. Считается, что он приносит счастье. Тоже вот белый цвет, редкость его, красота, ну вот как-то к этому причастны. Дальше. Белый хлеб. Белый хлеб тоже является и символом достатка, богатства, но очень интересно в народном толковании сновидения он фигурирует как символ хорошей жизни, то есть он предвещает хорошую жизнь, и действительно понятно почему, потому что белый хлеб имела далеко не каждая семья традиционно, и кушала его только на праздники, поэтому вот такая устойчивая семантика. Дальше. Белое платье. Ну вот тут как раз еще одна вариация семантическая нам встречается, поскольку, ну, в частности, одежда невесты, хотя это не традиционная на самом деле символика, поскольку раньше наряд невесты, как вы знаете, был совершенно другой, там белого цвета почти не было, но уже, слава богу, там порядка 100 лет, плюс влияние городской культуры, поэтому образ невесты в народной культуре уже закрепился как образ женщины в белом, и вот если человеку снится, ну, женщине, понятно, она себя видит в фате и в белом платье, это к смерти. Почему? Опять же, потому что в народной культуре смерть и свадьба очень тесно связаны. Когда неженатые и незамужние умирали, то их провожали как, соответственно, женихов и невест на тот свет. Рядом шел человек, который выполнял как бы эту функцию друга по жизни, а надевали как раз вот белое платье, ну и белый веночек такой надевали на покойницу, молодую девушку. Дальше. Тоже интересный такой вариант, связанный с гендерным аспектом, поскольку беременная, если снятся белые цветы, то это к рождению девочки. Следующий кадр. А если снятся красные, то к рождению мальчика. Дальше. В одежде. Вот мы уже перешли к красному цвету. Красный цвет очень популярный в первую очередь в одежде, и мы видим, что и в венке традиционном превалирует красное, и, собственно говоря, та одежда, она тоже в основном и сорочка, и все другое красное. Ну и такой очень важный момент, как корали. Они, это кораллы, собственно говоря, самые настоящие, намысто называется вот это украшение. И их привозили, понятно, из-за границы и с юга, и девушки обязательно носили кораллы. Вот каждая, чем больше было этих вот ниточек, тем богаче родители, богаче невеста, но достаточно у самой бедной девушки, как правило, ну, может, не самой бедной, но достаточно бедной девушки обязательно была хотя бы одна ниточка кораллов, потому что, ну, какой-нибудь крестный мог подарить и так далее, потому что вот эта ниточка считалась, это намысто считалось именно оберегом. И красный цвет здесь выполнял именно функцию отгонную. Ну, кстати, еще вот мы видим нижнюю часть, это вот костюм, так называемая плахта внизу, она тоже защищала жизненно важные как бы органы женщины, и она была именно красного цвета. И вот дальше давайте посмотрим еще следующий кадр.
Михаил Михайлович,
Да.
я прошу прощения, что приходится вас прерывать, но у нас жесткая программа. Вашу презентацию участники могут посмотреть на сайте. И вопросы могут появиться в чатах в YouTube и в Zoom. Да, поэтому я прошу еще раз прощения, но оставайтесь с нами, у нас будет экскурсия по Смоленску. Итак, уважаемые участники и гости конференции, позвольте объявить следующий пункт нашей сегодняшней программы. Поскольку сегодня суббота, у нас запланирована культурная программа. Это будет виртуальная экскурсия по Смоленску. Ее представляет известный экскурсовод Михаил Ефимкин. Он возглавляет экскурсионное бюро Ефимкиных. И экскурсия будет очень интересной и красивой. Михаил, доброе утро. Михаил Михайлович, пардон, я к экскурсоводу сейчас обращаюсь.
Понятно.
Михаил.
Алло.
Михаил,
Алло.
доброе утро. Доброе утро. Мы сейчас готовы уже слушать вас. Позвольте только я одну минутку для наших иностранных участников объявлю экскурсию по-английски. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have an interesting possibility to have a wonderful guide tour through the city of Smolensk. Please enjoy, and your guide for the next almost hour will be Mikhail Yefimkin. So, Mikhail, please, you can start our tour. Thank you very much.
Да, Михаил, на английском.
Ага. Все, меня хорошо слышно, да?
Немного дует ветер.
Ага. Ну, сейчас я буду пробовать держать чуть поближе. Hello, everyone. My name is Mikhail, and usually I guide more or less standard walking tours, but 2020 we go online, so this hour I will be with you showing you the sights of Smolensk. And now we starting from the very center of the city, the place called, it's an official name, actually it's called the Turkin Square. I'll try to switch to camera and I'll show you a little bit of this area. So its center actually a quite famous monument in Smolensk. It's the monument to Alexander Twardowski, the famous Second World War time poet and editor of the literature journal Novy Mir, and his character Vasily Terkin, who was like a made-up character, common regular soldier who fought on the times of the Second World War and who was always funny, interesting, and he never gave up despite all the difficulties that this period had. And so it's quite common, it's quite uncommon for Central Russia to depict together the author and his character. Like they're sitting, chatting, and the most beautiful thing about this monument is that Alexander Twardowski on the left, the poet that became famous for his poem The Soldier Vasily Terkin, the soldier about the common the poem about the common soldier of the Second World War, and his character Vasily Terkin on the right. It's quite unusual to have author and the character together on the one hand. On the other hand, Alexander Twardowski was born in Smolensk region, like 50 kilometers from the place where we stand now, and Vasily Terkin, according to the poem, was also born in Smolensk region. And they're sitting here chatting, and according to their faces, we can see that everything is okay, despite the hardest time of the war. They like try to become and funny, and we see they even play the accordion. So this monument like inspires people that everything will be okay, despite how hard the life can be. And so when this monument appeared here in 1994, this place became very, very popular among people together here. And so it got a lot of unofficial names. We call it the Turkin Square, and beer and party complex Vasily Turkin, and many, many others, despite on the social group and the age of the people who likes to gather here. This place actually is a part of the square, so-called Victory Square. It used to be called actually Smirnov Square sometimes ago, but nobody really remembered who was the revolutionary man called Smirnov back in 1917, and they decided to rename it. 5 years ago, they renamed this square as the Victory Square because Smolensk took part in many, many, many different wars. Actually, three main wars in the history of Smolensk are the wars of 1609-1611, against Rzeź Pospolita, the Polish Empire, 1812 against Napoleon, and the Second World War. 5 years ago, they built a monument. I'll try to make it larger a little bit. In the right corner, you can see the monument, three soldiers around the monument. They symbolize three main wars. It actually happens very often. The history of Smolensk, it's only wars. We cannot go without them because there are too much of them. But we'll try today to speak a little bit about everything and everyday life also, because everyday life is the main thing that makes our life and the history of the nations colorful. One of the most prominent buildings here is the building of the former Hotel Smolensk. Now it's the courthouse of Smolensk region, and it's the very building on which the Soviet soldiers raised the red banner of victory on the 25th of September 1943. So on the one hand, it's a unique surviving monument of the architecture of the end of the 1930s, and on the other hand, like a symbol of the period when Smolensk was freed after the Nazi invasion. Luckily, these buildings survived. Not really all prominent buildings survived under the Second World War in Smolensk, but the city center was renewed quite good, and I hope during our today's walk you will see some interesting buildings. Though not really much time we have, but we'll try to catch on what is interesting and important in the history. And we start from here. Today it's practically the center of the city. On this side it's the Victory Square, and on the other side where we come, it will be Lenin Square. A lot of names in Smolensk, square, city, streets, they are like Soviet time names. Our government doesn't really want to change them, but it also makes some kind of interesting part for those who visit Smolensk usually. But actually, the main thing we have to know about the city is it's very, very, really old. Official age, we count the official age from 863, when it was first mentioned in the chronicles. So officially today it's 1157. But nobody really understands how old Smolensk is, because the chronicles say the city is big and of people full. So it means that it was pretty much larger and bigger at this very moment when it was first seen by people, by warriors who wanted to conquer it. And they could not conquer it, and they drove past it, and they conquered actually the present-day capital of Ukraine, Kiev. And that's quite an unusual moment, because it like makes us believe that in sometimes in the ancient, in the past, Smolensk was bigger than Kiev, but nobody actually knows this part. And scientists have a lot of suggestions of how old Smolensk can be. And so, officially, 1157, but some scientists say, let's add to this 1 or 200 years, and it will be okay. And we have quite a lot of, like, science fiction scientists who say that Smolensk can be 12,000 years old. And maybe some Greek mythology heroes can be flying over Smolensk and say, I see the stone on the wall. It leads me to the unknown land. I can land here and a little bit rest and fly further. But if we don't go like so much into mythology, I suppose 1 or 200 years adding to the present day age will be quite okay. The very problem is nobody knows where Smolensk was exactly. Was it like here, more or less in the city center where we walk now? Or was it like 12 kilometers from here, the place that now we call Gniezdovo Burial Mounds, the archaeological complex that contains 1,000 burial mounds of a 1,000 years old, which is being digged by Moscow State University. And just imagine every year they find some excellent things. For example, for the past 4 years, every year they've been finding a good Viking sword in a very good condition, and it's quite a very interesting finding for today. But nowadays we can say that scientists are really not sure whether it was the place of the site of Gniezdovo Burial Mounds or the site of Smolensk and Cathedral Hill where Smolensk was, but it's like it takes time to understand it. And I hope they will understand it, because it may become much and much more interesting since the time goes. Now we entered the so-called Heroes Memory Garden. It was made in 1912 to commemorate the victory in the War of 1812 against Napoleon. Actually, nobody really wanted to do anything, but they learned that the last Russian Emperor Nicholas II wants to visit Smolensk, and they said, oh, let's make some kind of a square, like a park. And they made a contest, and there were 30 projects, and the one have won, the one you see in front of you and the one we are approaching. We call this thing the Monument with Eagles. So it's called the Thankful Russia to the Heroes of 1812. But really, everyone knows it as Monument with Eagles, because there is a monument and there are some eagles on it. Actually, what we see is a rock, a big country, Russia, and we see a warrior that crawls upon this rock, a Napoleon invader, and I don't know whether you see it properly, but on the top there is a nest, Smolensk, and 2 eagles protecting the nest, but 2 Russian armies led by famous generals Bagration and Barclay de Tolly on the one hand, and on the other hand, there is a famous French legend saying to us that a young warrior, to prove himself, should have come up the rock and collect the eagle's egg from the nest. And so that's why these 2 things, the reality and the legend, they were made up into this one project, and people really liked it, and people and the committee and the Nicholas II, the emperor, and so this monument was put here in 1913, and it still stands. And it's the main thing, actually, because it's quite unusual to have something very surviving in Smolensk after the Second World War, when more than 90% of the buildings were destroyed. Actually, yes, but on the other hand, the fortress wall survived quite well. The Assumption Cathedral, the main cathedral of Smolensk and Smolensk region, survived quite well. And some of the monuments, like 10 monuments in the central part of the city of Smolensk. The monument was standing here near the fortress wall, near one of the towers of the fortress wall. There is a problem that when Napoleon struck Smolensk in 1812, he wanted to destroy the wall as much as he can, and he exploded the towers. Thankful Russia to the heroes of 1812, says the map on the front of the monument. And he wanted to destroy all the towers, and he exploded the tower right in here. And like to replace the tower, they built such kind of a building that symbolizes a tower. It has some towers like installed in it, and some smaller windows like loopholes and murals on the top. So it very much looks like a tower. And it used to be a school in the beginning of the 20th century. Now it's a museum of the Second World War. But we can say that actually it was included into the wall very, very good. On the both sides of the monument with eagles, there are coat of arms. The coat of arms of Russia on one hand, and the coat of arms of Smolensk on the other hand. And now let's have a look on the coat of arms of Smolensk, because it's quite interesting and dates back to the 17th century in the present day shape. So quite simple, a cannon, a warrior town, it fights in all the wars, and the bird. With the bird, it's much more complicated. Usually people can answer that. The bird is a phoenix because it reborns from the ashes. It reborns from the ashes all the time, like Smolensk did in all the wars. But if you go to the museum, the employees of the museum will tell you that it cannot be called phoenix because it must be called gamayun, the ancient Persian bird that migrated into the Slavic mythology. But if we call it gamayun, we can be stated that we should take off the wings and the legs. And so not winged, not legged, but like a body, hairy body, furry body, and quite an evil smile on the bird. And so like a cannon and a torpedo bird on the top. Actually, I thought a lot, how would I treat this folklore bird? And there are many, many ways to interpret it, but I decided that for me it would be like the ancestor of Angry Birds, because many, many famous people of Russia come from Smolensk region. And I suppose if Angry Birds would come from Smolensk region too, it would be quite interesting. The Alley of Generals of 1812, here it goes. All the main generals in the War of 1812 fought in Smolensk region. For example, Pyotr Bagration and Mikhail Barclay de Tolly, the two leaders of the two Russian armies at that period. And for sure, their leader, Mikhail Kutuzov, the head of the Russian army, in the history, Kutuzov is called like a Prince of Smolensk. He was honored this title in the November of 1812, when they left Moscow, and where after the battle of the settlement of Krasny in Smolensk region. So Kutuzov, the Prince of Smolensk. But the main thing that like spoils this theory, not really spoils, but like some interesting fact, that Kutuzov was never really visited Smolensk. So he visited practically every settlement in Smolensk region, but he never really visited Smolensk. So, but the Prince of Smolensk. So that happens in history. I believe that they just never given the title smaller or less than the name of the capital of the region. We are leaving 1812 and going to the second period, but a short break between. If you want, you can find Smolensk practically everywhere in the world. In Russia and in former Soviet states, it's quite simple because you can find everywhere. Smolensk Street, Smolensk Square, Smolensk Market, and so on. But if you travel far outside the country of Russia, it will be even much more difficult, but you still can find Smolensk everywhere. For example, 3 facts that connect Smolensk and Smolensk region and the United States of America. Seems quite far, but still. One of the founders of the science fiction writing in America, Isaac Asimov, was actually born in Smolensk region, and his parents migrated to the USA. So, people from Smolensk in America. On the other hand, when in the beginning of the 20th century, the first steamboat started to regular traveling, connecting Russian ports and New York. And actually, the first steamboat that came to New York from Russia officially was called Smolensk. And it's also one fact that goes through all the newspapers, English language newspapers at the beginning of the 20th century. And you may know such a thing as the yellow taxi, yellow cab, that browses through the streets of Manhattan in New York. And so crazy it may seem, but actually the Checker Motors Corporation that introduced yellow taxis with the black squares on the sides in New York and then spread it all over the world, was founded by the immigrant from Smolensk called Morris Markin. So Smolensk is everywhere a little bit. But now we go back to the square. The second part of this alley is dedicated to the war of 1941-1945, the Second World War. So everything started in the middle of 1960s when they brought the Eternal Flames. They brought it from Moscow. And laid it here, and people started to celebrate the day when the war broke out, the day when the war was finished. And nowadays, it's also all the other dates connected with the Russian army. And they gave the right to lead the fire here to the man called Mikhail Yegorov, who is buried here after his death in 1975 in the car crash. Mikhail Yegorov is famous for the fact that in Russian history he is considered to be the first man who raised, together with his companion Militon Kantaria, the Georgian man, who raised the red banner of victory over Reichstag in Germany. So there is a famous wartime photo made by photographer Evgeny Khaldey that depicts a Russian soldier raising the red banner of victory over Reichstag, and so that symbolizes the man Mikhail Yegorov, who was born in Smolensk region and who lived in Smolensk region before the war and after the war. This new monument was made here only this year. This wall consists of many pictures of the veterans of the Second World War. So it's the wall which inspires a huge interest of the people who live in Smolensk and of those who come to Smolensk. As far as there appeared a tradition in Russia to make huge parades every year on the 9th of May of people who carries the photos of their grandfathers and great-grandfathers who fought in the Second World War, and our officials decided to take these pictures of the gun soldiers and put it on the wall, as if they are marching all together again. Also, this square is something that continues every time. 5 years ago, they made these memorial plaques, and put on them the names of the residents of Smolensk region who got the title the hero of the Soviet Union. In the history of the World War, there are more than 300 of people who were awarded the highest title of the Soviet Union, and it's quite too much, but actually that's can be explained because Smolensk, the hero city, awarded this title overcame a lot of difficulties. So the alley of hero cities, depicting all the hero cities of the Soviet Union, and it's continued by the alley of the cities of the Marshal's Glory. So there are two towns in Smolensk region awarded by the titles of the city town of Marshal Glory. It's the towns called Yelnya and Vyazma. So they connected with the history of 1941. Near Yelnya, it was the first time in the history of the Great Patriotic War in the Second World War when the Nazi troops were stopped for some time, and that inspired Russian troops to move on and to force their movement. And the second city is called Vyazma. It's 200 kilometers from Smolensk. When the German forces came through Smolensk and they were heading to Moscow, and they came to Vyazma, and the government wanted them to be stopped here because Moscow was still they were trying to make it strong and trying to build more fortifications. And in the October of 1941, practically 1 million soldiers died near Vyazma in so-called Vyazma boiling port, the history of which was long forgotten in the history of the Second World War in Russia, but since the last years, it's been on the news again, and we hope that this bloody but so important to know a page of our history will be back, and everybody will be knowing it, trying not to make it something like this happen again. We are walking along the graves of the prominent officers who were born in Smolensk region and who fought in Smolensk region. And some of them, about one person from this place, I would like to say. This person is called Maria Oktyabrskaya, the only woman buried here, the hero of the Soviet Union, who was actually from Crimea and could not be like connected to Smolensk with some things, but she became connected. I don't know how to express it, but there is something in the history of Smolensk that attracts, not really attracts, but makes people who will be like prominent in their military skills somehow to come here, to fight here. Like it calls, Smolensk calls many, many military people. And so Maria Oktyabrskaya, when she was like a skilled warrior, she could drove like tractors, she could shoot from the machine gun, but when her husband, a professional military man, died in the war, the officials could not let her join the army because her health was quite weak, and she was sent to Siberia and started to collect money here. She made huge crowdfunding and collected money enough for the tank. And she asked the head of Russia, Joseph Stalin, to let her buy a tank. She wrote a letter saying that her husband died in the Second World War and that she wants to go and fight. And that happened, that Stalin saw her letter and she let her do it. And she took her money and invested it into the tank. And she became actually the part of the crew of the tank in Smolensk region in the end of 1943. And she mostly fought in the present-day territory of Belarusia, the Vitebsk region, because the war at that moment was here, and she got wounded and was brought to Smolensk and died here. And the Soviet government wanted to commemorate her memory, and they decided to bury her here in the Smolensk Memory Garden. And so it happens that despite the fact that a person can be quite far from Smolensk region, he or she can be quite connected with it forever and ever. And from the 20th century, let's move to the 17th century, because the biggest moment of the 17th century is the fortress wall. We've been walking along the fortress wall for some time, and it's time to say a few words about it. So, Smolensk fortress wall, 1596, 1602. 6 years. 6 years on the margin of 16th and 17th centuries. And 6 years, only 6 years, and like 6 kilometers long, the whole perimeter, and 38 towers. After all the wars and all of other periods when somebody tried to destroy the wall, it's only like 3 kilometers and left, and like 17 towers. But still, it's one of the longest walls in Russia, because even the Moscow Kremlin is much, much shorter than Smolensk fortress wall. And it's still quite unusual that we have so much of the wall, because we have had so much of the wars. The architect of the fortress wall, Fyodor the horse, people believed he was very, very strong man, and so they gave him the nickname. But actually, we don't really know how the man looked like, how he was called, and we even don't know uh, what was his age when he died. But we know for sure that he was a skillful architect who built the wall in Smolensk that still stands, and who made the so-called White Town in Moscow, which never exists anymore, but it's the called ring, boulevard ring of Moscow. And maybe he called many other monasteries in the regions around Moscow. But we know for sure that he was a skillful architect because the wall stands after all the destructive period in the history of Smolensk. Very often when we travel along the wall, people say, it looks like very different. Maybe it was like rebuilt. And I can say that we actually did not come to the thing that we should rebuild the wall. It's just like a little bit renovated. A little bit renovated, that means that we change a little bit bricks on the surface. So here in breaking the wall, you can see how thick it is, like 5 to 6 meters long, thick, 20 meters high, together with along with the towers, and like 12 meters high without the towers. Here in the city center, like it's a little bit in the ground because the cultural layers are quite big, but still you can easily go in near the wall. You can easily detect the olden bricks. So you can see the oldest bricks of the fortress wall are very thick in a red color, and they're quite bigger than modern bricks. 31 centimeters long, 12 centimeters wide, and 7 up to 8 centimeters thick. And so actually when you try to compare it with modern bricks, they look very much not similar. So it's like very easy to understand where it's old and the new ones. When we look at the wall, we can practically count. The brick layer is like 5 to 6 bricks, and on the inside the wall is stones, clay, and lime. And it's like practically a very, very unbelievable speed of building the wall, because you can easily make a lot of bricks for the 6-kilometer long wall in Smolensk, but you cannot easily find the stones for the inside of the wall. And so all the stones for the wall were brought from like 300 kilometers away. And it seems absolutely incredible for today, because it's only 6 years, 6 kilometers, and they brought the building materials from some huge distance. Nowadays we have some reconstruction, renovation of the wall. I hope they will manage with it, because we really want this very tower, the so-called Thunder Tower, to reopen. And I hope in a year we'll be visiting it more and more. So I invite you to visit it when you come to Smolensk real. The so-called Lithuanian wall, the ground wall, which preceded the wall, the stone wall, when in the 1595, the architect Fyodor Kohn came to Smolensk. He saw the wall like this, the ground wall, now with the wooden fence on the top, and he put the stone wall just near the ground wall, and so it happened to be like 2 walls inside, one by one. And here we see the city hall, so-called city hall. So the mayor and the city council, they sit here. And we can see a very, very unusual thing. They put a couple of Christmas trees inside the city hall. That's very, very unusual. Our local government started to think about designing Smolensk in Christmas season. From this side, you can see the so-called governor's house. It doesn't mean that the present-day governor lives here, but it's the monument of the 18th century. There were like 16 houses of this kind around the park here. And so this one hosted the so-called civil governor of Smolensk. We don't know sure when the civil governor fled, but we may believe that the French Emperor Napoleon lived in this building when he stopped in Smolensk in August 1812. And there is an art school in this building today, and so the teachers of the art school say that yes, Napoleon stayed in our school room number 16, second floor, and he was standing on the balcony, which doesn't exist anymore. And he addressed his officers and soldiers who stayed on the territory of the park. It's a park, one of the two central parks of Smolensk, called Bologna Park. The Bologna is a very unusual word for both for Russian and any other ears, because in present-day life we don't really understand what does it mean. There are several explanations. For example, a sheltered place behind a fortress wall which cannot be reached by arrows or bombs. Or the other explanation is a little bit swampy meadow, and really there are such words of this kind also in other languages. So the Bologna Park in Smolensk, on the one hand, Bologna, the area in Kiev, and for example, also the meadow called Bologna near Krakow, Krakowskie Bologna. And it seems like these words have the very same root, and they can be treated more like a meadow, because if you insert the word meadow into the Russian, for example, Russian Polish dictionary, you will find the thing, the meaning meadow. So people consider this name to be different, but in my opinion it seems to be like meadow, like maybe a little bit swampy, because many houses around they have problems of flooding waters into the cells in spring. But still, the main thing that this name became quite lively, and it fought the actual name of the park, Mikhail Glinka's Park. So some New Year decorations. We actually, yesterday, the governor of Smolensk region said that in the New Year time, it's not possible to gather near the Christmas trees because of antivirus situation. But here near the cafe, it's all very festive decorated, And we can say that actually this place in every year, each one of the places where people gather in the New Year and Christmas days. So actually, this is one of the most favorite cafes of Smolensk region, which every guest visits. It's called Ruski Dvor, or something like Russian Yard. And this year they put some of the traditional Smolensk dishes on their menu, which can be quite interesting for everyone, not only for visitors from other cities, but even for locals themselves, because traditional Smolensk cuisine only starts to reappear from the forgiven past. On the right, you can see the picture gallery, the arts gallery of Smolensk in the pink building, the 19th century building. And so we have a very, very, very good fine arts collection in Smolensk. Thank you very much, Princess Tenisheva, the the patron of arts of Smolensk in the 19th century. And thank you very much, many other merchants who collected their arts. So the collection of our museum reserve for today is so huge, and we have a lot of famous Russian artists, a lot of famous Polish, Danish, Swedish artists. So really, the picture gallery in Smolensk is much more than like a local picture gallery. That is really worth visiting in every period. So in Russian, and as for the Russian painters, Surikov, Repin, Shishkin, Ayvazovsky, Kuinji, Serov, Hollanders, Rerich, and many other outstanding people, not the works of the first line for sure, but still, for example, the only snowy landscape of Ayvazovsky, who is famous mostly for his maritime landscapes. And now we are approaching to the monument of Mikhail Glinka. So officially, despite the fact that everyone calls this park Blonya Park, it's actually Mikhail Glinka Park, because the founder of the Russian classical music and one of the most famous world composers, Mikhail Glinka, was born in Smolensk region, like for today 150 kilometers from Smolensk. And in 1885, they decided to put a monument to him in front of the building, in front of the so-called nobleman's house, where all the concerts took place in many years, and the Philharmonic for today. And they put a monument, and it still stands. It's so very unusual. The author of the monument, Alexander von Bock, a German, and it's very, very unusual and very interesting coincidence that in 1941, back in 1941, the first head of Smolensk was Commandant von Bock, who was the relative of the one who created the monument. And we don't know for sure whether it helped and give the chance to the monument to survive, but still a very, very interesting coincidence. So, Nobleman House, the Philharmonic, 19th century and 18th century, and a monument to Mikhail Glinka, the founder of the Russian classical music. People believe that he was born when the nightingales were singing, and the relatives thought, "Ooh, he would make a nice composer." And only his father got upset because his father traded bread into the Russian army and he wanted his son to follow. But actually, music took over him and he traveled a lot. And he became very inspired by traveling and he traveled everywhere. And when I first got to Berlin in Germany and I found the Glinka in the middle of the city, I was like first confused, but then I thought, oh, okay, I remember, yes, I remember he traveled to Germany many times. He lived in 1 year and a half, and that's quite simple. That he's names the street, one of the central streets of Berlin. So people of Smolensk can be found really everywhere. Uh, Glinka once said, "Music is my soul, and I only see it in the nature and arrange it, like all the composers do." And from time to time, here is the music being played every hour here on the monument from the loudspeakers. But when it is not played, you can always play it yourself, because despite the interesting monument of 1885, there is a quite unique metal railing around the monument, a metal railing that contains some notes, and so you can play and you can read and sing. And there are also some names of his pieces of music: Ivan Susanin, Ruslan and Lyudmila, Prince Holmsky, Kamarinskaya, and the others. So the beautiful railing on the one hand, and a nice monument on the other. Together, a great place to be. Together, a great place to be. And every year, Smolensk holds a huge musical festival. It's more than 60 years old. End of May, beginning of June, and it contains a lot of music playing. The orchestras come in to the Philharmonic. The orchestras come into our drama theater, and the music is being played. And usually on the first Sunday of June, they all move to this man's house in the village of Novospassky, 150 kilometers from Smolensk. And there are picnics, concerts, excursions, concerts, and more music in here. And so, like, I think a quite traditional moving out of the town on the first Sunday of June. It's actually the only day of the year when this place becoming overpopulated. But actually, I very much advise you to visit Novospassky, the birthplace of Mikhail Glinka, in any day, any season. One of the most remarkable residents of this park is an elk, bronze elk. You can say, who elk? What's so special about it? But actually, it's one of the most lovable monuments of the Smolensk region. It appeared in Smolensk somewhere, nobody really knows, 1945, 46, 44. And it was put here, and people liked to gather around the elk. And it became a very popular place, especially among grandmothers and grandchildren, mothers and children, and then like punks in 1990s, and many other different people. But actually, every child in Smolensk for sure has the picture with an elk, on the elk, on his antlers, around the elk, and so on. And even when the people grow up and sometimes they get drunk, they try to ride the elk, also, though it's not quite legal. But so we can say that the elk was like quite a folk monument. He's actually very beautiful. He comes from the estate called Rominten, in the northern eastern Russia. Now it's Kaliningrad region of Russia. The German Kaisers founded this state, and the last German Kaiser, Wilhelm II, he was hunting here, and he ordered the statue to the famous painter, as strange as it may seem, famous painter of that time, Richard Friese, German painter. And Friese first was making pictures of the huntings for the emperor, and then the emperor said, Richard, you're the good painter, but now you'll be the good sculptor. And we suppose he paid him very well, and Friese became making sculptures of the elks. And first, he and his friend Joseph Pallenberg made 4 sculptures of the elks lying on the bridge, so-called the elk bridge. And they made this sculpture of the elk with huge antlers, like 16 points of the antlers. So this animal was shot in 1909, and the Kaisers liked it so much they decided to put a monument to it. So the Kaiser's house, the church, and the elk. It was like the center of this estate. Later in the 1930s, the estate, after the Kaiser, it was owned by Hermann Göring, one of the Nazi leaders. So sometimes we call it the elk from the Göring's dacha, though it's not quite correct, but still. And we can say the elk. Yes, monument. Yes, not monument. He doesn't have any documents. Yes, a blogger. He's been tweeting for 7 years on Twitter. Smolensk Elk account. The oldest citizen of Smolensk, 110 years this year, and the most expensive citizens of Smolensk, cause he costs like $500,000 present day prices. So he's really expensive and really loved by everyone. Good elk, good elk. Actually, when you Google the sites of Smolensk, elk will be right after the Assumption Cathedral and the fortress wall, or sometimes between them. And it's very, very unusual. And beside the elk, there are a couple of lines, smaller lines, so everyone who cannot crawl on the elk can sit on the lines. But they miss the tails actually, but somebody took the tails away. And for sure, one of the main things, one of the main sites of Smolensk, the Assumption Cathedral. It's very good visible from here, but it's quite far to go, and we don't have so much time, unfortunately. It's quite visible from the place we stand, and it's very, very beautiful. And now I would like to switch into the presentation. And in the last minutes that I have, just to show you some more sites which we could not reach, and maybe advise you for some things you can do when you come to Smolensk for real. Yes, I try to switch to presentation. So there are many reasons to come to Smolensk. It's beautiful, full of history. Nice people are living here, and many outstanding people in Russian history came from Smolensk. That's for sure. Sometimes just From here you can see the old engraving of the 17th century. The part of the fortress wall you can see, and like a star-shaped fortress stuck inside the fortress wall. It's like the part of the central park of Smolensk, so-called Portatium. Ага. Картинку видно? Я переключился на презентацию. Видно ли картинку? Супер. So just if you fly a drone over Smolensk, you can find the thing like this, despite the fact that the picture is 17th century, but still it looks the same. Star-shaped fortresses, they just sometimes blow people's mind. Last year I told a guy who lives in Smolensk his whole life that there is such thing in Smolensk, and when he really saw it, just walking by it every other day doesn't count. When he saw it, he was just very, very much impressed, and so much they impressed the people who come to Smolensk. Smolensk owns a huge number of very beautiful monuments, especially monuments of 1812 in the central park Smolensk called Lopatinsky Sadar garden we couldn't reach today, but still in the center stands such interesting monument of 1841, which looks like a small chapel, but not really small. It's quite big chapel with the inscriptions saying of parts of the battle, with the eagles, with the cross on the top, and with an all-seeing eye between the paired columns. So it's quite unusual how this monument was not destroyed during the Soviet times, but our local legends say it wasn't destroyed because the revolutionary leaders of 1917, 1921 were buried near this monument. It's in the left bottom of the picture. You can see the grave of the communist leaders of Smolensk region, and so like quite a Tsarist monument of 1812, and the Orthodox cross on the top, and revolutionary leaders. All it's very much interconnected in Smolensk. When you come to Smolensk, you should actually go along the wall, go on the top of the wall, though it's a little bit difficult nowadays. You should feel the wall, because the wall, it's just a very huge part of Smolensk. It's like the spine of Smolensk itself. And so you see the wall, you see the cathedral, and it means you have seen Smolensk. At least you know the main things. And after that, you can go to all the monuments. You come out of Smolensk 17 kilometers away, the beautiful estate called the Talashkina estate of the patron of arts, Princess Maria Tenisheva, who lived on the edge of 19th and 20th century. And she was like a huge teacher. She collected arts. She gave money to a lot of painters, and she became famous in St. Petersburg, Moscow, Smolensk, and Paris. And the part of the museum there is so-called the Teremok, the fairy tale wooden house on the left, and the Church of the Savior on the right, with a mosaic of the famous artist Nikolai Roerich. In Smolensk, you can, any time of the year, paint under the water. There is a woman in our town, the underwater painter, who can let you paint in the Dnieper, in the river in which Smolensk stands at any time. It was like this last winter, it was a program for TV. The Italian the guy who anchored the program, and so you see they always paint it in the water. When you come to Smolensk, you should observe the monuments of the 12th century. So there are 900 years old churches in Smolensk. Left top, St. Paul's Church, left bottom, John the Baptist Church, and my favorite on the right, Michael Archangel's Church. All of them are 12th century AD, and on the image of them, you can see how Russian architecture moved from the Byzantine forms to practically Gothic. Scientists say if not Mongol invasion in the 13th century, so Russian architecture could be Gothic like in Western Europe. In Smolensk, you can very easily go canyoning because we walk more or less on a flat surface now, but there is a lot of ravines in the city, like 17 ravines and 11 hills. So Smolensk is quite hilly. And one of the most famous is the Devil's Ravine. It's like in the city center, practically between two streets, but it's 40 meters wide and 40 meters deep. And you walk down the ravine, and you can feel like somewhere in the south, a river goes, like a mountain river, and a lot of bushes in here. And this year, the coronavirus year, there appeared an absolutely beautiful thing. In April, people just when they were out of work, a lot of people went to this ravine and started to pick up trash there, and so this like idea of cleaning this ravine and make it an ecological trail that became so huge that a lot of people, like 200 people, are involved in the very present day, and it's the think about the cleaning the ravine continues. When you come to Smolensk, you should walk in the street called the Red Spring Street. Spring, I mean the flow of water. It's a very small street built in by small houses. Somehow it has stone on the ground, like in ancient times. But many people in Smolensk suppose that the Red Spring Street is the essence of Smolensk. There is one beautiful painter in Smolensk called Всеволод Lisinov. It's actually the only painter in Smolensk who is in Tretyakov Gallery, but he's not really known by just most of the people of Smolensk. And he goes to that very smaller street, and he is inspired with that very much. And he draws the pictures like this, like you can see, very much colorful. He also has some things in graphics, and he draws not only Smolensk but also mythology and very much about the Soviet period when he, as a painter, was not let paint, and he worked like the pumping station. He checked the pipes every morning and evening, and so you can see. So when you go down this street, you see like the angel flying over Smolensk. So we believe that the spirit of the ancient Smolensk lives in this very street, curling and purring like a kitten. So when you're in Smolensk, you should also visit the cafe, which is called Able Heaven. We called it AE. With a dinosaur in the socks, living from the ceiling, and a nice coffee, and full of stories of its owner, because this is one of the cafes which was born from the bowl of cocoa made on one rainy night when one friend said to another, we want to do something. Yes, let's do it, but I have no money. Okay, we'll do it because I have 5 million rubles. And they did. It's a very, very nice place, a place of exhibitions, concerts, meetings, and so on. And so we'll go a little bit subboarding, and for sure we should visit the Assumption Cathedral of Smolensk, like a flying castle. It goes over the city. When the fog comes down, you can see all its beauty, but its beauty on the outside is nothing with the beauty inside. So usually when people get inside, they said in every language, they said, wow, because a lot of wood carvings, golden wood carvings on the walls, on the icon stand, on the columns, unusual things like very dynamic pictures and the statues of the angels everywhere, which is not quite usual for Orthodox churches. Relics of Smolensk saints of the 13th century, and surely most interesting picture of Smolensk Mother of God, the icon of Smolensk Mother of God. Everything here makes the Assumption Cathedral of Smolensk. So remember, Fortress Wall, Assumption Cathedral, it's like the first places to see, and then we can proceed and move on with practically everything. So Smolensk is quite full of things, people's ideas, and we believe it's time to make it famous. Mischief managed. Thank you.
Mikhail, thank you for your wonderful city tour. Михаил, спасибо большое за чудесную экскурсию.
Михаил, это было восхитительно. Спасибо вам огромное.
Спасибо.
У вас уже есть поклонники на Ютубе. Мы вам пришлем ссылку.
Спасибо. Надеюсь.
Комментарии в Зуме тоже очень хорошие.
Спасибо. Надеюсь, все успел, все рассказал. Встречаемся в следующем году в реале.
Хорошо.
Договорились.
Спасибо. Всего доброго, Михаил.
Всего доброго.
У нас, уважаемые дамы и господа, у нас перерыв с 11 до 20 до 11:30. После перерыва будет презентация рабочих групп Международной ассоциации цвета. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have a short break until 11:30. After that, we have a presentation of work groups of International Color Association. Please stay with us. We will be back soon. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce our next point of the program. Now we have the presentation of work groups of International Color Association, and I give the lead to our chairwoman of the conference, Julia Grieber and Verena Schindler. Julia, Verena, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. What about you, Verena? Are you here?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Hello, Julia. Hello, Verena.
Good
How are
morning.
you?
Great, thank you, Vasily.
Yeah, wonderful. So, as they say in the TV series Star Trek, I can say the ship is yours.
Thank you. Verena, will you start?
So, good morning, everybody. We are going to present first all the study groups of the International Color Association. I would like to add here that it was thanks to the International Color Association in 2012. They organized in Taipei, in Taipei, Taiwan, Congress, and there I met Julia. So International Color Association is really a very important association to meet people and to exchange with people. Next, please. So do you want to, Julia, you want to talk in Russia? Or
No,
after?
Verena, I will talk after you to the next slide.
Okay. So every year, the AIC publishes an annual review, and all the study groups, they publish a report on the activities they have organized during the year. And the first study group is called Language of Color. And I would like to add here that this study group was created as an idea by Professor Lucia Ronchi. She is a marvelous person, a color researcher. So she had this great idea to create this language of color study group. Next, please. The Language of Color study group is chaired by Dimitris Milonas and Galina Paramei, both coming from UK. And the purpose of the study group on language of color is to share information and discuss studies on psycholinguistics, semantics, and semiotics of color names and their relation, cognitive neuroscience of color perception, key topics of color cognition, color naming, categorization, color memory, color semantics and semiotics, and cross-cultural differences in these functions. So currently the study group has 188 registered members from 45 countries. And they are also they are also active on Twitter and Facebook.
Дорогие коллеги, наша идея с Вереной была такой. Мы решили, что Верена будет рассказывать вам про рабочие группы Международной ассоциации цвета по-английски, а я буду рассказывать все то же самое, но по-русски. Поэтому те, кто понимают английский, вы и так все понимаете, но тем не менее... У нас в Международной ассоциации цвета существует несколько исследовательских объединений, и каждая группа, она занимается изучением каких-то особых своих проблем. И так как российских исследователей среди представителей каждой из групп крайне мало, и вообще русскоязычных, не только российских, то мы решили сделать такую своеобразную презентацию и коротко вам рассказать, о чем идет речь в каждой. Вот первая рабочая группа, которую вы сейчас видите на слайде, это рабочая группа «Язык цвета». Она была организована Лучи Ронки, выдающейся исследовательницей, а сейчас ее возглавляют ученые из Великобритании Димитрис Миланос и Галина Парамей. Эта группа изучает язык цвета и обменивается информацией, постоянно обсуждает исследования по психолингвистике, по семантике, по семиотике цветонаименований, а также изучает восприятие цвета в контексте когнитивной науки и нейронауки, что очень прогрессивно и перспективно. И ключевыми темами являются такие темы, как познание цвета, цветонаименование, категоризация, цветовая память, семантика и семиотика цвета. А также все это они изучают с точки зрения межкультурных различий. В настоящее время группа многочисленная, она насчитывает почти 200 человек из 45 разных стран, и эти люди общаются в Твиттере и Фейсбуке, адреса вы видите. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста.
So the next study group is about color in education, color education. And this is the report that they published of the activities of last year. Next, please. The Color Education Study Group is chaired by Robert Hirschler and from Hungary and Brazil, and Maggi Maggio from USA. And the main, how can I say, the objective of this study group is to develop a foundational color education website to provide the state-of-the-art introductory, interdisciplinary information and materials on the art, science and industry of color for use in classrooms. So they are creating a new website on a project, an ongoing project, which is called a Color Literacy Project. And it's a joint project of AIC, the International Color Association, and ISCC is the Inter-Society Color Council from USA.
Речь идет сейчас о рабочей группе под названием «Цвет в образовании». На предыдущем слайде вы видели вырезку из журнала, который публикуется Международной ассоциацией цвета каждый год. И каждая рабочая группа представляет наиболее яркие исследования, которые проведены за год. Вот там были они представлены. Так вот, для рабочей группы «Цвет в образовании» таким ярким проектом стал проект по распространению цветовой грамотности. Сейчас группа активно занимается именно этим. Цель этого проекта заключается в выявлении и устранении наиболее фундаментальных, современных, ошибочных и стереотипных представлений о цвете, которыми буквально переполнены многие источники информации. Члены этой группы работают над тем, чтобы создать прочную связь между искусством и наукой в преподавании связанных с цветом дисциплин. И главным продуктом, над которым сейчас эта группа активно работает, станет особый сайт, на котором будет представлена современная, доступная по содержанию, интересная междисциплинарная информация по цветодидактике. И каждый, кто преподает связанные с цветом дисциплины, может обратиться к этому сайту и найти там непосредственно те материалы, которые он сможет сразу же использовать в учебном процессе. Следующий слайд.
The next study group is on color, vision and psychophysics. And this is also an active study group. This, here you see the report that they published on the activities of 2019. Next, please. The color vision and psychophysics study group is chaired by Katsunori Okajima from Japan, and the secretary of the study group is Manuel Melgoza from Spain. The purpose of the study group is to discuss basic and practical studies on color vision, color appearance, color discrimination, brightness perception of colors, color preference and application, tools for planning and testing universal color design, and to share useful information among the members. So they deal with topics from color vision model to universal color design, including color perception of the elderly. And they had activities such as that means the study group currently has 94 members from 16 countries, and they're planning to hold a meeting at AIC 2021. And they are hosting the web, the page. In fact, you can have all this information also on the AIC website.
Следующая рабочая... Sorry, Verena. Are you ready? Can you continue?
Yes, please.
Рабочая группа по цветовому зрению и психофизике. Вы видите ее презентацию на слайде. Ее возглавляет Кацунори Акияма, ученый из Японии, а секретарем является Мануэль Мельгоса из Испании. Если вы вчера присутствовали на конференции, он делал восхитительный доклад про цвет академической одежды. И, кстати, я забыла представить сопредседателей предыдущей секции. Это Роберт Хиршлер из Венгрии, Бразилии, Мэджи Маджо, США. И Мэджи присутствует сейчас прямо здесь в Zoom-руме, я ее видела. Привет, Мэджи. И вот если возвращаться к группе цветовое зрение и психофизика, то целью этой группы является обсуждение фундаментальных и прикладных исследований в области цветоразвлечения, восприятия яркости. Они изучают цветовые предпочтения, разрабатывают и апробируют различные инструменты для планирования и тестирования универсального цветового дизайна. В общем, в целом, в центре внимания этой рабочей группы находится очень широкий круг тем от моделирования механизмов цветового зрения до прикладных аспектов изучения восприятия цвета пожилыми людьми. В настоящее время членами группы являются 94 человека из 16 стран. Следующее заседание этой рабочей группы уже запланировано. Оно состоится в рамках международной конференции AIC в Милане в 2021 году. И у группы есть страница в интернете. Вы видите ее адрес на сайте, там вы можете найти более детальную информацию. И кроме того, все группы представлены на сайте Международной ассоциации цвета AIC. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста.
Next study group is on arts and design, and the chairwoman is Maria João Durão from Portugal. Next slide. This is the report that published on the activities in 2019. Next slide. So this study group is the most recently created study group, and the aim of this study group is to bring together a plethora of areas that concern theory and practice in the domain of the arts and design.
Следующая рабочая группа называется «Искусство и дизайн». Ее председатель Мария Йоао Дурайо из Португалии. И эта рабочая группа стремится объединить множество областей, которые касаются теории и практики в самых разных областях. Они изучают цвет в живописи, кино, скульптуре. Группа насчитывает более 50 членов из 25 разных стран, среди которых Австралия, Австрия, Аргентина, Бразилия и так далее. Обратите внимание, России среди этих стран нет. но есть еще шанс у вас туда вписаться. Следующий слайд.
And I see that Maria Joao Durao is among us. Maria, are you there? No? Okay, she will be later with us. This is a report of our...
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I am here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hi, Maria.
Hello, hello.
Go one slide back, please. Maria Joao Durao, as you are here, do you want to add a sentence or two?
Well, just to
we
say
don't
that,
see your picture. You want to?
Oh, sorry. Oh, I thought it was on.
No.
Here it is.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Oops. Hello. No, just to say that it's a big pleasure to be here with you today.
Okay.
And lovely to hear you present the groups. And yes, this new group, Art and Design, exists because there's a lot of information, there's a lot of research in the area of painting and sculpture particularly that could be more presented at AIC conferences. That is the main reason.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Следующий слайд.
This is our study group. That means the study group on environmental color design, and Julia Grieber and myself are chairing this study group. The study group is one of the oldest, maybe. The study group was created in 1982 by Antal Nemčiks from Hungary. So he was an excellent color expert and scientist, and he also was a color designer. And unfortunately, he passed away in 2000, 2 or 3 years ago. So next, please. Our study group is for any professional who has to do with color in the environment. And so there are scientists, designers, architects, art historians, artists, psychologists, and many other professionals, members of the study group. And the color in environmental design, it could be in interior or exterior space. It could be in the built environment or social culture environment, or also the natural environment. So the investigation is also about the effects of color upon human behavior, cognition, and emotion. We have about 230 members from more than 40 countries, and we have also ECD mailing list with more than 750 subscribers. The aim of the study group is to promote communication among its members and other interested people. So it's an open study group. Anybody can join our study group, and it's also free. We want to provide a continuous exchange of knowledge and experience in this field. And we want also to stimulate research and teaching meetings and exhibitions, and to disseminate theoretical knowledge and also practical experience through congresses, seminars, websites, publication, and exhibitions.
Рабочая группа «Цветовой дизайн среды» – это группа, которая является соорганизатором нынешней конференции Российского общества цвета. Сопредседателями являемся мы, Верена Шиндлер, Швейцария, и я, Юлия Грибер, Россия. Рабочая группа является одной из самых старейших из тех, что существует в Международной ассоциации цвета. Она была основана в 1982 году, ее основателем является известный ученый Антал Немчич. Тот редкий случай, когда книги о цвете переведены на русский язык, они существуют, их можно почитать по-русски. И сегодня группа объединяет представителей самых разных сфер деятельности и областей знаний. Это и ученые, и дизайнеры, и архитекторы, и практики. И основные темы, которые обсуждаются в нашей группе, включают цвет в дизайне окружающей среды, цвет в интерьере и экстерьере, цвет в антропогенной и социокультурной среде. Мы изучаем, как цвет влияет на поведение, на познание, на человеческие эмоции. Членами нашей группы является 230 человек из 40 стран, а список подписчиков включает 750 человек. Главные цели нашей группы – содействовать общению между членами и между разными культурами, обеспечивать постоянный обмен знаниями и опытом, стимулировать исследования и преподавание в этой сфере, организовывать различные конференции и встречи.
I would like to add that the website on this report is not valid anymore, so we have a new website. We will give it to you. And I would also like to add that the logo was created by myself and Michel Claire and Franz Claire from the Atelier Claire in Paris. Next, please.
Верена обращает ваше внимание, что тот веб-сайт, который указан на предыдущем сайте, можно вернуться на минутку назад? Да, он сейчас не существует, мы переезжаем, и как только переедем на новый сайт, мы сразу оповестим вас, где это можно искать. А тот сайт был организован Вереной совместно с Мишелем Клером, известным французским колористом. Следующий слайд.
So now we are coming to the meeting of the AAC study group on environmental color design. And the theme is color in space and time, a virtual journey to places around the world. We have chosen this title because the contributions today, there are 3-minute presentations that are coming from different continents, different countries and places.
And
So,
we asked Vasily Dvoinev to moderate, and
okay.
yes, it is important to us to stick the schedule. That's why, Vasily, are you here?
Yes, I'm
Thank you
here.
very much.
Yes,
Okay.
I don't know if you see me.
Short introduction.
Just no, yes, just wait because
Yes.
we would like to talk about the description, the invitation we
Right.
sent. This slide is a correct one.
The previous one, right?
No, this one here. So okay, no, not the previous one. The next, please.
The next one.
Yes, that's okay. So meeting, so the invitation is, can you put it bigger, please?
На старт.
Enlarge the picture. So we sent this invitation and we told the people to, that they are invited to deliver a PowerPoint presentation to show a chosen distinct place. And the aim is to explore environments, interior and exterior, private or public, that offer insights of how a space can be transformed into a place. So there is a difference between space, which is maybe more general, and a place which is more specific. So we tend to argue that the study of a place is complex and transdisciplinary. So, but always includes one feature, and that is color. The interrelation between color, light, and nature, geography, tradition, culture, society, innovation, and the built environment affects the place, but also the human perception and experience. So endowed with values, human humans, people attached to this physical place, local or distant, past or present. And the aim here is to reflect on color consciousness, color as the essence of place.
Я расскажу об идее нашей сегодняшней встречи рабочей группы по-русски. То же самое, что сказала Верена, по сути, просто переведу. Тема «Цвет в пространстве и времени», и мы приглашаем всех вас совершить виртуальное путешествие по миру. Ну, что-то типа того, что только что закончилось, когда Михаил Ефимкин так прекрасно водил нас виртуально по Смоленску и показывал нас. Но только мы решили расширить границы и в пространстве, и во времени, практически сделав до бесконечности. Любой докладчик может выбрать абсолютно любое место в прошлом, в настоящем, в будущем, которое с его точки зрения является удивительным по цвету. И он должен постараться в 3-минутной презентации представить этот удивительный цвет и рассказать, как формируется цветовая идентичность этого региона. Места могут быть разные по размеру. Это может быть какой-то маленький, близкий его сердцу, родной регион. Это может быть целая страна, это может быть город. И нам важно на примере этих презентаций понять и обсудить потом, как география, геология, климат, цвет, традиции, технологии строительства уникальным образом влияют на формирование хроматического характера ландшафта и архитектурной среды. Итак, вот сейчас мы вашему вниманию представляем короткие презентации, подготовленные авторами. Now, Vasily. Now we need the help of Vasily. Yes, Milena?
Yes, yeah, I'm here. So
Okay.
the first presentation is prepared by Milena Quater from Brazil. Milena, hello.
Hi.
Yeah.
Are you listening?
Yes, you can present.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you all. Next slide, please. The Municipal Theater of Rio de Janeiro. While we wait for the play to begin, we are overwhelmed by the red, orange, and brown of the room. Next, please. Thank you. Multi-ethnic village. This space was built to bring together different cultures under one roof. It's a place of welcome, union, and resistance. The colors are closely linked to the materials used in the architecture of some ethnic groups. Wood for the structure, and if I'm not mistaken, pindoba straw braided for the cover. Next, please. It's in Ipanema Beach in Rio de Janeiro. A wonderful contrast between the blue of the sky in Rio and the half-faded orange parasol. Next, please. It is in Ibitipoca State Park. The layers of quartz crystal that make up the region's soil are also responsible for the beautiful coloration of the Ibitipoca's water, which range from crystalline through strong yellow to brown Coca-Cola, as tourists usually call it. This color is due to the porous soil full of cracks, which does not filter rainwater properly, allowing the penetration of dry leaves and organic material. Next slide, please. Thank you. Trairi Beach on Ceará. The sunset on this beach is spectacular. At a certain moment, yellow and orange invade us in a very strong way. It's overwhelming. The dark blue takes over the environment, announcing the night that comes. Next slide. Thank you. Finally, this calmer contrast between cyan, red and brown nuances of the simple house on the coast of Ceará. All these photos are from Brazil. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Milena. Wonderful slides, wonderful pictures. We go to our next presenter here, Ibrahim El Hadi, Egypt. Ibrahim, hello. Please unmute your microphone, Ibrahim. Hi, Ibrahim.
Hello, hello, yes,
Yes.
hi.
Mm-hmm.
Please, previous. Mosque of the Merit Master, Ibrahim El Hadi. Next, please. This building is located in Medina, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It was a project, I was a project consultant. At first, the perspective received from the designer was white, which did not match. In the end, we make the beige color with brown, which is corresponding the color of the mountain, brown color. Also, as we shall see, it's proportional to the green color of the palms near the building. I consider it is a good example of integrating of the color of the building with the surrounding environment. Next, please. Integration with palm color. Next, please. Night photo. We can see interior. We can see the night photo. At the night photo, the color with the mountain. Next, please. Interior colors and their suitability for calmness of worship. Thank you for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Very nice pictures from Egypt.
Nice.
Yeah. The next presentation is delivered by Maria Joao Durao from Portugal. Maria Joao, hello.
Hello again.
Yeah, hello. How are you?
Hello.
So
Fine, thank
please,
you.
yeah, please you can comment on your presentation.
Yes, thank you. I will be speaking about the Thermopolium, the Vetuvio Placido, which was excavated in 1912 and 1939 in Pompeii. And one of the reasons why I thought about this is because it doesn't only have the pigments that we associate with the walls, it also has, in this case, particularly the marble in the counter with jars inset to hold the food. This is a house and a thermopolium. Thermo means warm and polium means city. So this is a place where warm things are sold. It could be a coffee shop, it could be a restaurant in today's terms. Next, please. These are sources of color. Lately, Massimo Ossana. Sorry? Lately, Massimo Ossana revealed a different kind of counter with frescoes, but most of them have this marble kind of structure. Next, please. Here we have a different understanding of color. The lararium, which is a shrine to the gods, where you see the sacrifice of a small altar with Mercury, the god, and on the left, and Dionysus on the right, the god of wine. And then there's a house that is at the rear that interconnects with this coffee shop, this shop. Next, please. Here you can see the portico, which is accessed through the tablinum, and the columns are visible, and they support the portico's roof in stucco, in white, and the lower part, and the above part in red. Also, in the middle one, we can see the dining room, where customers would eat in a more reserved space. The floor is made of clay, pressed clay, a mixture of lime and earthenware fragments, which was used in ancient Rome for floors and for sidewalks of Pompeii, particularly here in the Via Abundanza. In the middle of the floor, you can see a precious emblema on the right. You can see on the right-hand side, top and bottom, which is a panel composed by polychrome marbles. In the bottom of the impluvium, the water tank, this impluvium is normally found in atrium, the main halls, because they capture the water through the opening called the compluvium. The triclinium, which is the dining room. Next slide, please, sorry. This triclinium, which is called the dining room, that owes its name to three banqueting couches, uses red as the main hue. It's a third style decoration with black frieze and a central panel on each wall. You can still see here, because it's still inset, a mythological scene in that is set in an architectural frame. This east wall represents, the inset in the east wall represents Europa and the bull. The decoration of the upper zone consists of perspective architectural views, which is very common in this style. Architectural views with drapes and red panels with internal decorative borders. There's a lot to be said about the red that is used in Pompeii, because there are true expensive reds, which is the ones that are based in minium red lead imported from Armenia. There's the red wash over the yellow, and there's the red that is caused by the gas emissions from the Vesuvius in 79 AD. And it's very hard for experts to tell apart these three kinds of reds. So in conclusion, Pompeii is not totally a color protected time capsule, and restoration also has some impact on how the colors are perceived today. And this is how I conclude. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. The very wonderful pictures. So the next presentation is delivered by Paul Green Armitage from Australia. Hello, Paul.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, wonderful. We can hear you.
Yeah, I recorded this in case I wasn't able to stay. So I think there should be my recorded voice.
Okay.
So I'll just start my video.
So, but you can also switch on your camera, so we can see you.
You sure you want to see me?
Yes, okay. So let's go to the presentation.
Start video. Am I there? Start my video.
So yeah, you, Paul, you can start.
I'm not in control.
We should start, Vasily.
Go to the beginning. I sent this with my recorded voice to Verena.
Yes, it's a recorded PPT.
Это озвученная презентация. Нажмите на кнопку.
Is it going to work? Oh, dear me. I tell you what, if you just run the images, I can speak to it.
Trying to make sound jetzt. Yet now.
Okay, so I'll just speak to it. Okay, first I wanted to thank Verena and Julia for all your work and congratulations on organizing this conference. And I really like this idea of 3-minute presentations on color in space and time. I've put this together because Louisbourg is a most interesting place, and it seems to tell all those stories very tidily. It's actually in Canada, and I visited it some time ago, back in 2007, and all these pictures were taken then. It was early in the season. So next slide. The fortress of Louisbourg, as it is today, is a reconstruction based on extensive research and the evidence of archaeology. The site was settled by the French in 1713. Louisbourg was a fortified seaport on Cape Breton Island in eastern Canada. Britain challenged France for supremacy in Canada. Louisbourg fell to the British in 1758. The British demolished the fortifications, and in 1768 the site was abandoned. It remained largely untouched and has been described as a massive archaeological time capsule. In 1961, the Canadian government decided to reconstruct a part of Louisbourg. It is now managed by Parks Canada as a National Historic Site. Today, you enter the fortress through the Dauphin Gate. The town centre is towards the left, the King's Bastion is on the hill to the right. People arriving by sea would enter the fortress through the Frederick Gate. Rue Toulouse runs up the hill from the Frederick Gate towards the King's Bastion. The King's Bastion housed the governor and had barracks for the soldiers. Actors in costume reenact life in Louisbourg. Some present mini-dramas, some engage with visitors, others chat together. Here a felon is chained to a post. A board round his neck announces his crime. The Degan house is furnished as it might have been in 1744. The de la Plaine house is a place for visitors to relax with audio-visual displays. The Duhaget house contains an exhibit on fortifications. The Lartigue house now functions as a gift shop. Historian Anne-Marie Lane-Jonah explains, "The original construction of Louisbourg depended on a large amount of imported materials. Boards, slate shingles and dressed stones were imported, the latter two from France, the boards from New England. Bricks came from both sources. There were efforts to locally quarry stone and slate and to manufacture bricks for the construction in the 18th century, but except for rough stone, local materials were not of sufficient quality to be usable." A technical report lists materials and the colours used: blue ash, white lead, thick oil, whitewash, lamp black, yellow, red and brown ochres. A green is also mentioned but is not included in the detailed list. Thank you for your attention.
Paul, thank you very much for your presentation. The next presentation comes from Argentina, and the speaker is Maria Marta Mariconde. Maria Marta, hello.
Hi, hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you perfectly.
Good morning or good afternoon.
Yeah, just one moment. The slides are ready, so you please can talk.
It's a video.
Включайте видео.
I'm Maria Marta Mariconde, and I bring here to the meeting of the AIC study group on environmental color design, learning to see and discover the hidden treasures of Tunja, city reading and mobile learning.
While visiting the city of Tunja, in the center of Colombia, last February, I was really struck by its historic center, its architecture and colonial square. The mechanism of perception and cognition of space involving the concept of interpretation as a search for meaning allow detecting the manifestation of local identity. Color of place, color of history, color of memory, they were present here. The proposal of a color workshop in the historic center promote the walk and search of colors. The participants went out to the street, walking, perceiving and experiencing the city on an urban tour, linking historical places, looking for and discovering the hidden treasures of Tunja. But what are the hidden treasures of Tunja? As Iriarte wrote, to enjoy its treasures, the traveler has to cross its thresholds and hallways of temples and houses. The treasures of Tunja are not inside. It is necessary to enter their houses to find and enjoy them. So, in each place of interest on the route, while walking, through the use of mobile devices and augmented reality apps, the participants of the workshop read the tracks at the entrance and search the messages and images hidden in virtual reality, where color was protagonist. For instance, La Casa del Fundador, Founder's House, where the hidden treasures of this museum of the city are the wall paintings on roof, stickers with augmented reality, discover the iconography, the color of colonial art while searching for these treasures. Or La Casa del Escribano, Notary's House, images, color, iconography, while walking and searching with the devices. Color of culture, color consciousness, color essence of place with this approach. Color in space and time in the city of Tunja. I like to educate the guests to discover color and develop more comprehensive forms of interpretation by stimulating perceptions, imaginations, and simulations in the urban place explored. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Hi, Jose.
Next presentation is delivered by Verena Schindler. Yeah. We go back to Switzerland.
Vasily?
Yeah, hello, Verena.
Hello. There was another presentation by Imara. So maybe after me, we can show that one. Yes? Okay. So I would like, it's okay to talk now?
Yes, Veriana, we can hear you.
Okay. So I would like to show an exceptional space here in Zurich, in Switzerland, my home country. And this was done by Augusto Giacometti. This hall is called Blümli-Halle in Swiss German. It's in fact a hall, plenty of flowers, so you will be able to discover it now. Next, please. This hall is amazing because when you enter, is in all these warm colors, reds and yellow, and it was created by Augusto Giacometti, who was a pioneer in abstract painting. He was an innovator in stained glass, and also an important exponent of monumental mural art. He was part of this very famous Giacometti painter dynasty, artist dynasty from the mountain village of Stampa in Bregaglia. So Augusto Giacometti belongs also to this family. He's maybe the most famous family member. And after training as an art teacher in Zurich, he lived in Paris and Florence before settling down in Zurich in 1925. Next, please. So there are 14 cupola ceilings, and this space in earlier days was the cellar of the Zurich orphanage. So now today the police department is working there, so change completely its function. But still it's possible to visit it every day. So these floral patterns illuminate the ceiling like fireworks. It's just amazing when you enter from the outside. It's a kaleidoscope of imagination. So decorative fantasy flowers and cocklight rosettes. So Augusto Giacometti and 3 of his assistants decorated these cupola ceilings from 1923 to 25. But the work took much longer than anticipated, and pressed for time, he increasingly moved from a fresco to a secco technique. Next, please. It's the wall paintings, the frescoes are a homage to trades. The 5 walls radiate peace and grandeur. Winters and reapers stand for agriculture and fertile landscape. Carpenters, bricklayers, and stone cutters for the growing city, and an astronomer and magician for intellectual professions and natural laws. Next, please. So he said, the power of color makes the invisible visible. So that's what he said once, the artist Augusto Giacometti. Giacometti rose to fame when he painted this entrance hall to Amtshaus 1 with bright floral motifs. So it's a really significant 20th century Swiss work of art, and the Giacometti Hall is one of Zurich's most important sites. Next, please. Okay, that's the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Verena. Very nice place. The next presenter is from Chile, Elisa Cordero Yar. Elisa.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm here.
Hi, nice to see you. So we prepare your slides now and you can talk.
Well, I want to thank you, Verena and Julia, for inviting me to this meeting. And I want to greet everyone else who is here.
Yes, the slides are ready.
Please?
The slides are ready.
Okay, next, please. On October 18, 2019, following an incident involving high school students in the Santiago subway, Chile witnessed what is now commonly referred to as the social outbreak or awakening. After decades of living under the profound injustice and inequality stemming from the prevailing neoliberal economic model, Chileans rose up in mass and began protesting under the slogan, Chile woke up. Next, please. People from all ages and walks of life joined students in both peaceful and violent protests, demanding basic rights such as public education, quality health care for all, and decent pensions, as well as equal rights for women and minorities. Next, please. In these massive street gatherings, the absence of potentially divisive speeches suddenly became evident. Words, however, were not gone. They soon plagued the walls of Chile's cities, bringing them to life. The city became a living document, a list of demands inscribed by the public in various formats: graffiti, murals, stickers, stencils. Next, please. I live in Valdivia, a little city in southern Chile. What Chilean people have called the social outbreak was very much heard and felt here too. My colleague and friend Malena and I marched along those who claimed for social dignity and imprinted the walls of every city in the country with their claims. We thus decided to look into how this social movement manifested itself on the walls of our city from the point of view of color and language, its form and content. Next, please. Some of our initial questions were, may color be associated to specific demands and social groups? What are the spatial changes triggered by the appearance of these colorful slogans? What is the relationship between the content of the written text and the color? What messages and color remain and predominate? What is the effect of these claims and colors emblazoned all over the city on its inhabitants? Does color carry symbolic meaning in these graffitis? Next, please. Participant observation during demonstrations, photographs taken after the rallies, and a few open-ended interviews with the authors of walls inscriptions and city dwellers allowed us to begin answering these questions. Next, please. The Catholic Cathedral on the main square has been a favorite spot for graffitiing. Some of the main colors used there are black, red, purple, blue, and yellow. Next, please. We also noted that messages overlap in a sort of asynchronous dialogue across time and members of the social movement. Next, please. And we have also noted that in this apparent visual chaos, there clearly is beauty, creativity, a cohesive claim couched in figurative language. The claim and its harmonic cohesiveness is at the same time there and in the making as the social outbreak continues amidst the COVID-19 crisis. That is, thank you.
Thank you, Elisa. One moment. The next presentation is delivered by Eglė Prokopavičiūtė from Lithuania. Hello, Eglė.
Hello.
Yeah. So, just a moment. Yes, the slides are ready.
Do you hear me well?
Yes.
So thank you for a very interesting presentation on this virtual travel around the world. I decided to take a bit more provocative, perhaps, approach to the topic. And so I want to invite you to fictional travel to idea of a home space in public spaces. So as my topic is home from home in public spaces, according to Cambridge Dictionary, this expression home from home means a place where you feel as comfortable as you do in your own home. While thinking about space and place is usually something which is related with home feeling, certain routine and memories. And here I would like to use one quote. If we could go to the next slide, please. In sense, every human construction, whether mental or material, is a component in a landscape of fear because it exists in constant chaos. This idea is by Yu Futan from book Landscape of Fear. This idea represents the external world or space as a constant house. And a place could be understood as a safe place where we as human beings could be rest and feel ourselves. Perhaps such place for most of human beings are home. I took this image as example. Unfortunately, I could not find the author, but I think this picture is very beautiful illustration of this coziness of home. And as we see these tiny objects and souvenirs, which perhaps represent some stories from the past. And perhaps it's very important for a person who lives there. And most important, what we see here is light, shadow, and colors. So colors has this power to evoke our personal memories, and it could be said that it as well has a power to make us feel safe and relaxed when we usually would not do that. So if you go to the next slide, I would like you to introduce the fictional concept of fictional space, which would be immersive bubble. This concept suggests a possibility of experience of a space, personalized space, or place, or even home feeling in public spaces of city. This personal space could be a real 3D space, where construction is made from an inflatable bubble form. The form would have 3D light sources installed inside the bubble, as the bubble could be enlightened by colored light in 360 degrees. So shortly, the idea is that person passing through public spaces would have opportunity to enter the bubble and to choose the color or colors which he feels the most related to, and to experience this personalized space by color. So this concept attempts to connect and to make us a bridge between space and place, and certainly home feeling. And if you could go on to next slide. So I would like to finish this short concept with idea of Edward Ralph. It, a place sensed in Churuko of setting, landscape, routine, ritual, other people, personal experience, care, and certain for home, and the context of other places. I would like to add that color is centrally a key which opens doors to personal memories and makes space or house, place as home. And current technologies allow us to experiment with such personalized colors. And yeah, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Egle. Thank you, Egle. Yes, and all participants of these sessions, please leave your cameras on now. Yeah, and maybe all who wants to join. Yeah, and we will make a group photo. So, and this photo will be posted on the translation on YouTube. Да ладно, пусть будет.
Vasily, we don't see your photo.
My camera is also on. I can see me. Upper row.
Do you see Vasily? I don't see you.
I think the problem is very simple because you are logged in as Vasily and moderator in the same time, and camera can be shared only in one. You cannot divide yourself.
So I can see
And
my
can
picture.
we move this square because it is very visible, Vasily?
So maybe you can just turn off your private profile and leave it only as a moderator.
I don't know how to do this. So, and now, so the technical support says they can see me both on Zoom and YouTube.
So we need Photoshop, Vasily. Your square is empty. We only see your picture.
Yellow square is if someone is speaking. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a break now until...
We have 2 more slides, Vasily. We would like to conclude.
And
yeah, okay.
Julia,
Yeah.
a presentation by Imara Duarte, she sent also a presentation.
Vasily,
What
do you have this presentation?
Yes, we prepared.
Okay, then first the presentation of Imara and then 2 slides of Verena.
And then there is a question or a comment by Jose Luis Caivano. So maybe we could look at that.
Yeah.
I think it's addressed to Egle. The
So
first slide looked as an interior of one of, that's the last, very last. And Imara's presentation, is it possible or not?
Yes, it's possible. We are looking for it.
So Jose Luis, yes,
work on it.
First. Yeah. Jose Luis Caivano, Jose Luis, are you there? So maybe you can ask a question to everybody.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, fine.
Please, Jose, ask us.
Okay, I put my question on the, it refers to the first slide shown by Egle, and I recognize it that the design of the chair was one of Frank Lloyd Wright designs, and also the light falling on the wall behind the chair was coming from one of his stained glass windows. So that was an interior of Frank Lloyd Wright, and the chairs behind the door were a dining room. I don't know which house, maybe it's, I can search which house is from Wright. That's all. That was just a comment.
Okay, Egle, do you have a comment to do?
Yeah, I'm very thankful for naming, because I just accidentally found this image a few years ago on internet. So I could not connect anyhow because there was no links, but I'm very thankful because I was researching as well a bit of Lyotard's architecture and atmospheres of it and color meaning. So it's very interesting for this link, and I'm very thankful for that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a precious remark, Jose Luis. Thank you. So the presentation now is from Imara.
The presentation
Duarte.
is ready. Yes.
Yes. It's okay.
Verena, will you comment on this presentation?
I will read because Imara told me she cannot talk English, but she would like to show this presentation she put together. And there is some text on next to the slide, so I will just read it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So the presentation is already running.
So the location is in a semi-arid region of northeast Brazil. The space has arid ashes punctuated by pale greens, vivid terracottas, and ubiquitous blues. On one side, color emerge from the granite soil. On the other, they spill under the causticating light of a tropical sun. Next, please. The natives, the Cariris Indians, which means silent, have chosen this arid land as their home, as a place, a landscape that speaks loudly, shouts in monumental colors and nuances. Helmet Stone, located in the slab of Father Mateus, was so called because it was the home of a hermit. Next, please. Reverence for the earth, its hues and aridity mix, adapt, camouflage. The tones of natural tectonics, vernacular architecture, home. The symbiosis, man's space, means its place, its inheritance. Next, please. You can see the texture of the skin and the earth, the color of the skin and materials, the dryness and bravery. There is an ancestral dignity linked to space and its nuances. Sabeda Loca, farmer and five player who lived almost all her life under a big rock. Next, please. The colors of cowboy robes, they merge with the middle and become one. They wrap themselves in the thorny woods under the protection of raw leather armor that mimics them. Their lives depend on it. Next, please. The space is in the home, and the home in all the space around it. They merge. The colors that define them surround and unite them. The protected limits are not perceived because they are immersed in a naturalness conferred by the chromatic set. This is the true harmony, the colors that unite them. Imara Duarte from Brazil. Thank you.
Thank Imara and thank you, Verena. And now we have two additional and concluding slides from Verena. We will just run them. Verena, the slides are ready. Yeah.
Thank you, Vasily. These two slides are informative. Every year there is a congress or a meeting of the International Color Association. And with this slide, we would like to draw attention to the ASC 14th Congress Milano 2021, that is next year. It will take place from August 30th to September 3rd, 2021. There is a call for papers, and the deadline for abstract submission is next year, March 23rd. Of course, the English is the international language now. The language is English, and the venue is in Milano at the Ca' Granda Università degli Studi di Milano, and the event is organized by Associazione Italiana Colore, and the president of this Italian color group is Marcello Piccolo, and the chairs of this Congress, this AIC Congress, are Alessandro Rizzi and Maurizio Rossi.
Thank you, Verena.
Nick, and I'm not sure if Julia, do you want to tell it in Russian afterwards, or?
Yes, to be sure, I would like to translate it. Каждый год Международная ассоциация цвета организует большой конгресс, на котором собираются ученые со всего мира. Этот конгресс стараются организовывать каждый год на другом континенте, чтобы участники нашли возможность поприсутствовать хотя бы не каждый год, но когда-нибудь. И вот этот раз в следующем году, в 2021 году, конгресс проходит в Милане, конгресс 2021 года. И мы вас приглашаем подавать заявки. Обращаем ваше внимание, что срок окончания приема заявок 31 марта следующего года. И конгресс организуется университетом Милана, ассоциацией цвета, итальянской ассоциацией цвета и другими соорганизаторами. Рабочий язык английский, и всю детальную информацию вы можете найти на сайте конференции. Следующий слайд.
And so, as every year, there is a Congress. In 2022, the midterm meeting of the International Color Association will be organized in Toronto, Canada, in June. And there is a theme or topic that is in this meeting, sensing color. So. Then 2023, the AIC Congress will be in Thailand, in Chiang Rai, and it's organized by the Color Society of Thailand. And 2024, the Congress, the midterm meeting of the International Color Association will be in Sao Paulo, Brazil, organized by Procor do Brasil.
Конференция настолько высоко организованная, что планирование начинается приблизительно за 5 лет. И вот на этом слайде представлены следующие планы. В 2022 году конференция состоится в Торонто, в 2023 году в Таиланде и в 2024 году в Бразилии. Можете уже строить планы, и вся подробная информация на сайте Международной ассоциации цвета.
Thank you, Verena. Thank you, Julia. Now we will go to a short break until 1 p.m. This is a technical break. We will switch the Zoom links. So please leave this conference, this meeting, and join the last one link that you have for the conference. Thank you very much, and we will be back. So I see all participants of this section are already here. The first book is presented by Juan Serra. Hi, Juan.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So you are welcome.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Can you please switch to the next slide? Thanks. So, Color for Architects is the book I am here presenting you. It has been published by Princeton Architectural Press in 2019 in the collection Architecture Briefs. It is a book addressed for students, professionals, and scholars of architecture, and it contains almost everything an architect needs to know about color, and contains also many of the results of the projects of our color research group of the Polytechnic University of Valencia. So the book contains theoretical explanations and also exercises with solutions to put into practice what we learned with real-world situations. It has more than 200 color images and has a very extensive and up-to-date bibliography. So next, please. So the content of the book is structured in three main sections. The first one, which is this one, refers to fundamental aspects about color with 4 chapters. In the first, the color is described as a physical and perceptual phenomenon with a revision. I don't know, can you please go back to the previous slides? Yes, thanks. So in this first section, the color is described with a revision of the aspects related to light and the mechanisms of vision. After that, the reader learns how to express color exactly with also a review of the most important color notation system and color spaces. Chapter 3 deals with questions related with color and perception, and I follow particularly the work of Joseph Albers. As you know, Joseph was a color professor at the Bauhaus and later in the US. And we give answers to the perennial problem of why the final color does not match with the one I chose on the color chart, including the latest research about this question. So this first section has the 4th chapter, the last one, that deals with the color combination criteria. So there is a revision of the laws of grammar and syntax of color, relying on color theorists like Newton, Mansell, and architects like Le Corbusier, with the newest apps that we can download to help us in day-to-day color decisions. Next slide, please. Okay, the second section of the book, the main section, refers to specific questions for the architectural project. So in chapter 5, we study the possibilities that color has to interfere with the perception of architectural form and to reinforce the formal concept of a building. If you can please go back with the slide. Thank you. So there is a section on visual ergonomics with normative aspects related to light and color. In chapter 7, we ask ourselves if architecture needs to be necessarily white. So we reflect on the false myth of the color white in modernity and its evolution until today, describing contemporary color trends in architecture, with colors that are being highly influenced by new technologies, with versatile and changing finishes. This second block of the book closes with some tips about the use of color in architectural competitions. Next slide, please. Thank you. So finally, the last section of the book explains how to manage color precisely in the work process of our studio. So in different chapters, the reader finds answers and learns how to solve the problems about color profiles. Can you please go back to the previous slide? Okay, there is an explanation about how to calibrate monitors and printers, how to shot reliable colors in photographs, how to control color during the building construction, etc. At the end of the book, there is an appendix about color edition with Photoshop, an extensive number of notes and bibliography, and a very useful index of terms and the solutions to the exercises of the book. So in short, I hope that Color for Architects can serve to improve the practice of color in architecture and that you enjoy reading it as much as I have enjoyed writing it. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Juan. You have a windy weather there. Yeah, but anyway, thank you for your book presentation. So our next book is presented by Jinghong Wang from China. Jinghong. 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 Can you
She's
hear me?
here, but she has a video, Vasily.
Okay. Hello, Jinghong. We just prepare your video. 1 second.
Hi, Jinghong. How are you? It's Verena speaking. Your microphone, okay.
Hi, Verena.
Thank you, Verena. I'm Wang Jinghong, come from Central Academy of Fine Arts, Beijing, China. My presentation is about my 3 books. They are called Generalized Color Trilogy. The first one is Urban Color Expressing the Spirit of the City. This volume is about how to combine color with the urban space in urban color planning. It puts forward the concept of color power and deals with how color affects people in the process of perceiving the city. It focuses on theory and practice and collects more than 100 case studies. This volume is suitable for people working in urban management, urban planning, urban design, architectural design, and related fields. The second one is Night Shaping a Double-Sided City. This volume deals with urban landscapes at night and therefore clothing related to lighting. It shows more than 100 examples of how to combine the rigorous quantitative analysis of science and technology with the qualitative analysis of artistic perception. It explores lighting with color, light, and at different levels, also addressing ambitions as well as media architecture. Furthermore, it develops a method for achieving a good design of urban color at night by the means of lighting, science, and technology. It is suitable for lighting designers, urban planners, architects, and others. The third one is 5 Color Ripples, Beijing Urban Color in Ming and Qing Dynasties. This volume analyzes urban color during the Ming and Qing dynasties and discusses how the concept of harmony between man and nature was expressed by urban color. Moreover, it compares similarities and differences between ancient Chinese thinking and West thinking. The Chinese traditional color system is based on 5 colors of the Chinese philosophical concept, expressing the characteristics of wholeness, relationship, and growth. The color solid looks like colors vertically stacked in the shape of a pyramid. That's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jinghong. The authors of the next book are Stephanie Wettstein and Marcella Wenger Di Gabriele from Switzerland.
Hello, good morning.
Hello.
Good morning.
Yeah. Stephanie, Marcella, how are you?
Good morning.
We are preparing your presentation now.
Yes, thank you.
Stephanie, Marcella, the slides are ready.
Dobrý den. Dobrý den. Farbe is the name of the professional school of higher education in Zurich, where color designers in architecture are trained. We have also been active in applied research since about 20 years. Here, the focus is on the investigation of regional chromaticity. Our intention is to provide democratic tools that help all interested parties to make color decisions in the context of local color identity. We are working against a globalization of color palettes because we are convinced that regional color identities should be cultivated and further developed. Our tools are not regulations, but visual tools to discuss on a higher level and objectively about color in the local context. Next slide, please.
We did our first work in this domain for the city of Zurich. The client was the Office of Urban Development and the International Advisory Board for Town Planning, at that time with Adolf Križanec, among others. Here, we developed our method and tested different approaches. In particular, we invented the so-called color portrait in this project, a chart that shows color quantities, qualities, and neighborhoods of an individual building or an ensemble. These color portraits are not only helpful in consultation, but also in design and planning.
Olá, estás a ver televisão? Sim. Eu estou a ver um bocadinho da conferência, estão a apresentar livros.
Thank you.
I jumped on at the beginning, I think at 1 o'clock.
Okay, now we will show you our latest projects, all of which were published in 2020. Allschwil is a village near Basel, the historical center of which consists almost entirely of half-timbered buildings. The municipality and the monument preservation authorities have jointly commissioned our color map to simplify building permit procedures. Their aim was to have an objective basis for color discussions at high level. The core of our method is we always reference colors on site and mix them by hand in our studio. The original cards are handmade collages, which are photographed and reproduced in the highest quality. We do not make them available digitally because of color shifts on screens and printers. This color card shows the dark wooden constructions and the light plastered fillings, in addition shutters, window frames, and surrounds in dark but bright colors.
Next, please. In Stein am Rhein, our client was also the municipality. In this small historic town, many townhouses are adorned with decorative paintings from around 1900. The monochrome houses should fit into this context confidently, but not too loudly. The three color charts shows townhouses and decorated facades, craftsmen's houses and color accents on shutters, window frames, half-timbered houses and bases. We always work with a professional photographer, Christoph Giesin, whose pictures bring the atmosphere of the place into the publication, the twittering of birds, the noise of the construction site, the smell of fresh bread, and so on. Next, please.
The canton of Aargau is one of the largest cantons in Switzerland. It is heterogeneous with small intact historical towns, agglomeration and industrial areas. To capture the color culture of the whole canton was a great challenge. Here it is important to say we work exclusively with positive examples.
Next slide. Since 2010, we have been researching regional color culture in many regions of Switzerland. In this slide, you can see a short overview. The resulting tools for color communication are used daily and successfully. They are not only well known in Switzerland, but also attract great interest abroad. 2005, when we started working in Zurich, we established the thesis, every place has its own color culture. In the meantime, we have shown that this is indeed the case in Switzerland, and we are pleased that you all love, cultivate, and further develop the versatile color culture around the world. Many thanks for your attention and Dobry den.
Stephanie Marcella, thank you very much for your presentation. And we go to the next book. Diana Soeiro, Portugal, is the author. Diana, hello.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon.
Yeah, good morning, Diana. Nice to see you again. So we prepare your presentation. Переключать. Ага. 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 So the slides are ready. Diana,
Yes,
please.
thank you. Well, thank you for the opportunity to present, in my case, what is a book chapter. I think this section is a very nice idea to present other people's work and books. I find it very interesting. Since a couple of years now, color is not my main topic of research, but it continues to be a recurring topic in my mind. So the title of the book chapter that I'm presenting you is about the concept of atmosphere, from Goethe to Bratton, how atmosphere is key to create smart cities. Next. So the chapter is included in this book that was published in June of this year. And you can have a free preview available on this on the website, and you have the link below. And in my chapter, the goal is to demonstrate how atmospheres and urban ambiances are fundamental urban design elements. Because the feeling that I have is that a lot of times when you start talking about technology, the qualitative and the subtle aspects of architecture and urban environments get lost. And my perspective is that it doesn't have to be like that. And actually, the subtle and qualitative aspects can actually use technology and bring a lot to create warmer and more welcoming environments. Next. So this is a table of contents that I invite you to explore further later on. It, of course, the main goal of the book is to focus on smart cities, but also on urban ambiances. So it is also the editor's belief that these do not need to be mutually exclusive. It has a foreword by architect Juhani Palasma that I think most of you know, and it's titled Experiencing and Inhabiting Space, Multi-Sensory Atmospheres in Lived Spaces. Next. And this is the chapter. It has no images, which I'm sure that to most of you it's not a good thing, but it has no images. It's in a way purely theoretical, but it aims to inspire those who actually go into practice to have a different perspective. My background is in philosophy, so I'm used to a lot of writing. So I present in this chapter an investigation of the concept of atmosphere, proposing an original genealogy. I trace the concept back to Goethe's theory of colors, privileging an understanding of color as light, and I conclude with current approaches of the concepts that connect light, body, and space, highlighting its impact in health and well-being. The goal is to bring awareness about this connection and how it can positively contribute to design better urban environments. So I focus on Goethe and Wittgenstein more specifically, then on a second, following my genealogy. So first I feature Goethe and Wittgenstein, then Bohme and Schmitz, and finally Breton, which I'm not sure if everybody is familiar with these authors, but I propose that they are highly relevant to have a contemporary understanding of the concept of atmospheres and how we can bring that concept to smart cities. Thank you.
Diana,
yes.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, our next author is our next authors are Renata Pompas and Lia Luzzato from Italy.
Color Books by Lia Luzzato and Renata. Good morning, everyone.
Да, включайте, Карин.
Good morning, everyone. We are happy to participate with our work in this interesting conference that aims to promote knowledge of color through written text. Today, Lee and I will present 4 volumes, the work of the last 5 years, and we are pleased to announce that another text is currently in the works. Our research on color, which as you can see, has continued uninterrupted since 1980, has mainly taken into consideration the cultural, symbolic, and communicative aspect, without, however, neglecting the didactic one. After the premise, let's move on to introduce you to the latest works. China, Chronicle of the 5 Colors. This book covers and shows the complex meanings of colors in China, and is proposed as a key to understanding the values, beliefs, and behaviors connected with them. A symbology that invades the sphere of the present and actively participates in communication, knowing it can suggest appropriate behaviors to those who wish to enter its market. Colors and fashion. This book traces the fluctuation in the relationship between color and clothing over the century, from the Roman era to the present day. The colors of the clothes bear witness to the political, cultural, philosophical, and economic events of their period. The text is accompanied by a rich choice of documents and an interesting iconographic apparatus. The meaning of colors. This book investigates the origin of the color archetype, tracing back to the most ancient civilization and their needs. The most elementary meanings and the darkest symbologies, the emotional components, and the ethical and religious connotation are revealed. Historical and literary sources, belief and tradition are investigated. Lessons of color. This book is intended for universities, academies, and all of those who want to approach the different aspects of color. The quantitative, mathematically, measurable, and geometrically representable. The qualitative, cultural, and humanistics. A synthesis, richly illustrated in color, that restores its complexity to color and helps to understand how the chromatic sensation depends on their collaboration. Thanks to everyone and to Verena Schindler for the ACD group.
Thanks to the previous authors, Renata Pompas and Lea Luzzatto. Now we have the presentation of the book by Maria João Durão from Portugal. Maria João.
Hello again.
Yeah, hello again.
Greetings to all.
The slides are ready. Yeah, please.
Thank you. This is a very different book from the ones that I have seen until now, because it's not a book about color per se. This first image is an image of the site that is related to the publication. The story of the book is 25 years ago. I illustrated a number of poets, Portuguese poets, that wrote about color or color affinities in the magazine called Terra Verde. And the editor, Rui Castella, decided to re-edit it 25 years later. But, next slide, please. But, next slide, please. Thank you. Inviting researchers, Portuguese researchers, and not only, to write about the drawings or the texts. The texts have to do with color associations or with color images. Since this is also a homage to the authors that we invited, I'm going to say their names: Ana Maria de Cara, António Segurado, Fernando Poeiras, Helena Soares, Joana Perry, João Breme, João Carlos César, José de Almeida Moura, José Luís Gordo, José Maria Macias, Leonor Ferrão, Luísa Doreia Ruda, Mário Con, Nicter Flores, Sara Francis Dias, Simone Mafeixe Machek, Verónica Conte e Zélia Simões. So on one side you have the poets and the illustration, and on the other you have the interpretation and the new text by these authors. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Hello. Thank you. So here you have 4 examples of the poets. They're all different, and they're all Portuguese renowned poets, and 4 different illustrations. These are Fernando Pessoa, Garcia da Horta, Miguel Torga, and S. Queiroz, and the illustrations. Obviously, I'm not going to present the texts of the new authors associated to these, because it's all in Portuguese. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Here is another set of 4 illustrations and 4 different poets, the name of which I will now say. Sá de Miranda, Fialho de Almeida, Almeida Garrett, e Ramalho Ortigão. It's all related to color, or to, for example, sun, moon, earth, aspects of a city, aspects of a time. There are always correlations with color. Next slide, please. Hello. Thank you. Another set of these drawings and poetry with the texts of the poets, the Portuguese poets Júlio Diniz, Alexandre Herculano, Cesário Verde, and Samuel Ursque. And next and last, please.
Next slide, please.
It's the last slide, I'm sure. So thank you very much. I think this is an excellent idea. Verena and Julia, you had an excellent idea to promote the visualization of books on color. It has been very interesting to see so far what my colleagues have edited and have published. I'm looking forward to seeing the next books. And if our dearest friend could close the session. If not, you can have a look again at the images, at the paintings.
Yes. Maria Jo, thank you very much for the presentation of your book. So the next author is Veronica Conte from Portugal.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Veronica?
Yes, hello.
Yeah, hi.
Hi,
So
good morning.
Your slides are almost ready. So now ready. So you can talk.
Thank you, everyone, the organizers for this Congress, and also for the opportunity to present my book. Actually, it's the first time I'm presenting the book. And good morning, everyone. First slide, please. Next slide. This book takes us on a journey through community participatory paintings in residential facades in different countries and places. It's a book about sharing not only knowledge, but also people's singularities, identities. It's a book about the ability to see and making others visible through paintings. That's why the title is The Color in Action, a cor em ação in Portuguese. Next slide, please. The content of the book is the result of my research in an overlapping area of the arts and design, more properly co-design, social design, engaged art, community art. It came after 10 years of work with people, for people. It's a book written in Portuguese. I hope one day I have an English edition, who knows? And the book is structured in 4 chapters. Next slide, please. In the first chapter, you find the context for the participatory paintings in the field of the arts and design, with several examples, some in Brazil, some others in Tirana, and to name a few. And then we have a theoretical horizon of values for the research, which are anchored in the fundamental human needs. So the central question of the book is, how do community paintings on residential facades bring benefits both to its participants and for the whole community? How can these participatory paintings fulfill fundamental human needs? Then I present methodological decisions, and also you have photos and graphics to synthesize the complex information all over the book. Next slide, please. In the second chapter, we fly to Buenos Aires, Argentina, to follow 6 case studies in the city. 6 painting processes are described, analyzed, and discussed with contributions from a panel of experts. This part of the research resulted in several questions that feed the next chapter. Next slide, please. And another one. You might think it would be enough, but we are right in the middle of the book, as these 6 interventions in Buenos Aires were considered a first step. So the new action has been implemented. Next slide, please. And another one. In this third chapter, we come back to Portugal for the action research named Leaf Color, Color Inhabiting, Viver Cor Habitando em Portuguese. Making the long story short, by answering the question, what do I want to say about me in my facade, the inhabitants of a village of São Cristóvão shared their worldview with the whole community. They created singularities with paintings composed by text, drawings, and colors. Next slide. And another one. All the process is carefully described, analyzed, discussed, integrating data from theory to practice, field observations, interviews, reactions to the paintings, and much more. Next slide. Finally, in the last chapter, you read final considerations and recommendations, in particular, highlight an evaluation survey, something I think it's very useful, remembering that the main benefits of this kind of actions are immaterial and difficult to evaluate. Next slide. And well, I'd like to think that this book is not just for designers, artists, researchers, or people who work with public space. I'd like to think that this book is also for all. I hope you feel kind of inspired and enjoy the reading. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Veronica.
Thank you.
Yes, nice presentation. The next author is Maurizio Rossi from Italy.
Thank you.
Hello, Maurizio.
Hello.
Maurizio?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We're just preparing the slides. Вот выделенный, да. So Maurizio, the slides are ready.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I wish to thank the organizer of the Color 2020 for the opportunity to present my book. Next. Human-centric lighting color design means to make a highest quality project by adapting the lighting and color to specific needs of people. And in this, there will be nothing new. The key point is that we are not referring only to the vision, but also to other non-visual effects on humans, such as physiological effects on the circadian system, psychological effects on mood, and among other effects on the productivity of people. Here the question is, light and color can have other effects besides those on vision? And the scientific answer is yes. The circadian cycle of sapiens has a duration of nearly 24 hours and determines the timing and duration of biological functions such as sleep and feeding, whose balance is critical to our well-being. The exact 24-hour synchronism depends on the exposure to daylighting. Melatonin is the bloodstream. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Melatonin is the bloodstream acts in the bloodstream acts as the time maker of the human body. In this cycle, there are periodic variation in body temperature, hormone production, electrical brain activities, cell regeneration, and other biological activities with a daily periodicity. Next. The 2017 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine was awarded to the scientists Hall, Rosbach, Young for their findings on the molecular and genetic mechanisms that control the circadian rhythm. Do not confuse the circadian rhythm with biorhythms. The first is science. The second is a urban legend born in the 70s in the USA to sell more programmable calculators. Next, please. Alteration of the circadian cycle often depend interior environments with artificial light. In the last century, the introduction of artificial lighting as mostly in industrialized countries has changed our exposure to daylight and the cycle of season, so increasing the length of periods of light exposure or the exposure to a wrong artificial lighting with a consequent alteration of the natural circadian cycle. Next, please. This regulation of the circadian cycle has many negative effects on our health, such as migraine, headache, irritability. Next, please. And also effect on the seasonal affective disorder, chronic fatigue, obesity and diabetes mellitus. Next. And most important, it can decrease the immune defense of the human body with an increased probability of developing some cancer. Next, please. Moreover, in the last 100 years, humans of industrialized society have moved en masse from a working life conducted mainly outdoor in the countryside to a working life conducted mainly in a closed environment with a limited supply of natural light and subjected instead to artificial lighting. To give numbers, in Europe, only 2 people out of 100 lived in a city at the beginning of the 19th century. At the beginning of the 20th century, this became 15%. Since 2000, more than half of the European population live in the city. And those who do not live in the city do not necessarily work outdoor. More than 90% of people live and work in interiors with a limited supply of natural light. Next. And here we can see the urbanization percentage in the third millennium from UNICEF data. Next, please. The key point is that 200 years are nothing in the evolution of sapiens, as we are evolved over millions of years as hunters and gators in their prime position, active during the day under natural light and at rest at night in the absence of light. Next, please. What are the characteristics of lighting and color that we should consider? The most important are the spectral distribution of light that really reaches our eyes reflected by the color of the interior surfaces, and also the amount of this light and the time of day when this light stimulation occurs. So next slide, please. Thank you for your attention. All this is explained in my book published in 2009 by Springer, Switzerland, Circadian Lighting Design in the Lighting Era. Thank you.
Thank you, Maurizio. Nice presentation and nice backstage you have behind.
Yes, I was talking about natural lighting. So this is a picture I taken last year on the mountain. Yeah, it's the sunset on the Alps near the Matterhorn.
Yes, wonderful. So next author is Ibrahim El-Hadi. Hello, Ibrahim.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, we can hear you wonderful. Please wait a second for your slides.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Power of color. Study of the effect of colors change on users of architectural spaces. Applied study on patients with mental retardation and autism. Ibrahim El-Hadi and Dr. Reda Ali, 2018. Next, please. The problem of the current study can be highlighted by colors are often proposed and implemented in interior design or buildings, facades, without scientific studies of them and the basis of their use. Lack of knowledge of colors' meaning and their functional and psychological effects on the humans. Trends of architecture and its schools and theories in the modern era benefited from advanced studies in the field of colors and psychological effects on humans, where many of these studies concern of the psychological aspects of the meanings of colors and symbolic implications, in addition to their impact on the level of human activity, as in art schools in the 20th century, such as Impressionism, Expressionism, and Abstractism. In the study of the aesthetic dimension of colors and their relation to design elements. Next, please. Relative effect of colors on children with neurodevelopmental conditions. We can order these 9 colors as the impact of children: indigo, green, red, cyan, orange, black, white, violet, yellow. Next, please. Positive and negative psychological effects of hot colors. Positive psychological impact of yellow: optimism, confidence, self-esteem, pleasure, emotional strength, friendliness, and creativity. For orange, physical comfort, food, warmth, safety, sensation, passion, and fun. For red, positive, physical courage, passion, enthusiasm, activity, strength, warmth, energy, and excitement. And for rose, it has a gentle effect on the body. Negative psychological impact for yellow: irritationality, fear, emotional fragility, depression, anxiety, and suicide. For orange, deprivation, frustration, impulsiveness, and immaturity. For red, challenge, aggression, and visual impact stress. Next, please. Recommendations: 1, utilizing colors as an element with expressive contact in the formulation of the interiors and architectural elements. 2, the properties and effects of each color must be understood to be used in the positive effect of the psyche of internal space users. 3, we have to take into account the psychological and physiological dimension when choosing the colors of the inner spaces of the therapeutic buildings. 4, we recommend using light colors in public spaces, in public places, to avoid negative impacts as much as possible. 5, we recommend using light blue and light green in public places not intended for a particular activity. 6, children's choice of colors must be respected, although they may differ from the choice of elders. Thank you for all. Thank you, Verena. Thank you, Yulia. Thank you.
Ibrahim, thank you very much. Our next author is Paula Silak from Brazil. Paula, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, so your slides are ready.
Thank you. I think there is some sound in the background from somebody.
Выключите, пожалуйста, микрофоны.
Thank you. Okay, good morning, everybody. Here is morning here in Brazil. So my book is called Color Communication, a Scientific Approach Through Visual Perception. It's basically dedicated for design and visual design, graphic design, and next please. I was going to change the slide. It's next please. Okay, so this was a model in visual perception that I presented in a conference in the United States for Visual Literacy Association, and it was awarded as the best paper there in this conference. So after I presented there, it was basically I based in offers from neuroscience and design and arts, and after I presented there, I dedicated to working in this model applied to color. So next, please. The basic idea of the model is to differentiate which aspects of perception are objective, which means that they are physiological, working basically in the primary vision, and which aspects of perception are not physiological, are subjective perceptions. So an example of this, not in terms of color, would be, for example, in the left side here, we see a static composition. This would be what I was calling org, which is organizing processes. So the horizontal lines, they show a static composition in terms of how we perceive horizontal lines related to our relation to gravity. And then on the right side, we have a dynamic composition with curved and diagonal lines. Now, both of these are the objective perception, and then we can have interpretive perceptions, which are related to this organizing perceptions. And so would be serene or tedious, seeing these possibilities from the horizontal lines. And the dynamic composition could reveal, for example, a happy or confusing perception. Now, the important thing to note is that the static composition would not permit the interpretation of something happy or confusing. And the other one, a dynamic composition would probably not permit interpretation of serene or tedious. So what the thing of, the whole idea of this model is that interpretive and subjective perceptions, they are determined by the range of communication possibilities determined by org, which is this organizing perceptions in the beginning. So applied to color, we can see here on the left side these two photographs. Here we have a photograph of flowers and leaves, and we practically don't see the colors here. We don't identify that there are flowers here because the brightness of the two colors are practically the same. So when they are in grayscale, they show the same color, the same lightness of gray. But then when we put color, we see that the flowers, they come forward. Why? Because the warmer colors, they come forward and the cooler colors go backward. So, and this, oh, next please. So this applied to design, for example, when we make a cover of a magazine or a branding or a package design, we would apply this, for example, using a warmer color for the name or the title of the magazine and the cooler color, for example, at the back. So then the name of the magazine comes forward and the background goes to the back, the photograph goes to the back. Other examples of this org perception applied to design. For example, we can see simultaneous contrast that Albers worked a lot. And also on the bottom part here, we see this word produto written. This was an app that was developed together with my book. It's a free app. Everybody can open it. It's, if you look there, Comunicação com Cores, it's a free app. And then there's a slider here that we can, just move the slide and the background changes colors. So it starts with white and then goes to gray and then goes to black. And this shows, this is another example of the org, a perception applied to design, where we have pure hues here. And the pure hues, they become brighter with a black. And they tend to not become so bright with the white background, and gray is in the middle. So this just to show that the black makes, that's an org perception too, because of the black related to the pure hues. They make the brighter hues become even brighter. The pure hues become brighter. Next, please. So the goal of the book is to offer background for the understanding of objective, which are physiological aspects of chromatic communication. These can be understood as a color grammar in terms of visual communication. So you can find the book in Amazon, and the app is for free. Everybody can download the app in the cell phones. And if you have any questions, you can contact me. And I want to thank the organizers, Julia and Verena, for the fantastic conference. It's a pity I wasn't be able to, it was so early, some of the conferences here in Brazil, and it was a great idea to have this book communications too. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you for your presentation. Our next author comes from Colombia, Rosana Llanos. Rosana. Hello,
Vasily,
Rosana. Yes.
Rosana told, I'm not sure she's here.
Mm-hmm. I can't.
Because she's maybe in the hospital giving birth of a baby, I don't know. So she sent me this book chapter and with text, so I thought I will just read what she wrote on the slides.
Yes, okay, we can do
that
this.
Okay.
Yeah, the slides are ready, so we can go on.
So the Rosana Llanos, Marta Rodriguez, and Oscar Angel are the authors of this book chapter, Color and Matter in the Architecture of Roberto Acosta Madiedo and Chromatic Chart. Next, please. The book was published in 2019, Universidad del Norte, Barranquilla in Colombia. Next, please. So, Color Matter in the Architecture of Roberto Acosta Madiedo and Chromatic Chart. Acosta Madiedo is a Colombian architect. Color in architecture is strongly linked to the natural landscape, the light of the environment, cultural traditions, and socio-economic dynamics that at all times mark the development of a city or a territory. Color, therefore, must be considered as a primary aspect that creates a link with history that strengthens ties to coexistence between architecture and the urban landscape. Each architecture handles color in a certain way, governed by compositional and functional logic, by the prevailing stylistic currents, or by the conditioning factors of the materials and applied techniques. The result is a scheme and its color ranges that determine the time in which the work was built. Next, please. In this chapter, an in-depth chromatic analysis is made of the heterogeneous work of the architect Acosta Madiedo, which produces a diverse and contradictory result, reveals the use of a complex polychrome structure and, in a good sense, eclectic, inherited from the European and North American avant-gardes, which in some works reveals a marked neoplasticist influence defined by the use of color in the coatings of the surfaces, and in other approaches the organicism of Frankfurt Wright with the use of materials in their natural state combined with more developed construction techniques, always with a good aesthetic result. Okay, that was one whole sentence. Here are a double page of the book with a color chart of the corresponding buildings. Next, please. Here another chart which corresponds to the material color. And here in this double page, there on the bottom of the book, of the pages, you will see a timeline. It's a chromatic timeline where you have the different colors or color charts from 1956 through 1972. Next, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Verena, and thanks to Rosanna. Next author is Tom R. Chambers from United States. Hello, Tom. Tom, hi, can you hear me? Please unmute your microphone.
Okay.
Yes, now it's okay.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So your presentation is ready. You can start now.
Okay, thank you. You know, rather, I have three art that I'll try to quickly go through, and rather than show you screen captures of the art, I've been working with the Pixel as suprematist minimalist art for almost 20 years now, and also Kazimir Maleevich's Black Square Zone. So the three books here pictured are those particular books. Next slide, please. The Pixel as suprematist minimalist art. This book plays on suprematist variations of Maleevich's early works prior to his Black Square, after glitch treatment and magnification of the digital reproductions. These pixel configurations, or pixelscapes, I call them, at least in my opinion, rival works in suprematism, abstraction, minimalism, geometric art, and particularly color fill art movements. Next slide, please. So again, rather than show you screen captures of the pages, I wanted to really focus on the art itself. These particular renditions are pixels in pixelscapes, and they're greatly magnified for appreciation, and particularly in terms of color filled, the art movement called color filled. So for me, they're very aesthetically pleasing, and I love the geometry that the pixel affords in these images. Next slide, please. And 3 more examples. I have some of these printed large format in my studio, and I think they're very effective. And again, compete with minimalist color painting of the past and currently. Next slide, please. The next book is called Square Transformations. This book actually shows stills from a video project that show forms within Casimir, keeping with some of his suprematist forms that seem to float and simulate aerial views. Each new forms, the elements of which can be classified in one way or another depending upon the feeling which gave rise to them. He wrote, of course, everyone knows, extensively on the philosophy of modern art, and he identified the aerial landscape as a new and radicalizing paradigm in the art of the 20th century. Again, these are stills from the video. Next slide, please. So if you were to watch the video, these colors would bounce around, move and bounce around in and out, very kinetic and very exciting in video form. Next slide, please. Black Square Embellished, and I'm currently developing this more, working on this to expand this concept. This book uses glitch treatment as the embellishment of Black Square in each case. And it could be argued that it is also the defacement of the same. Is this act of changing the appearance or surface Malevich's Black Square for better or worse, or does it even matter? Would Malevich disapprove of these digital renditions, since he once stated there's nothing more after Black Square? Things evolve and opinions change, and Square Embellished, an evolution of sorts, a move from Malevich's suprematism towards perhaps. There are those out there who might even interpret these pieces as anti-suprematism. Malevich is the interpretation of art. Black Square Embellished, at least in my mind, changes the interpretation of Black Square. So next slide, please. And here are 4 interpretations of Black Square using what's called glitch treatment, or the glitch process. I'm actually disrupting the glitching or disrupting the surface of Malevich's Black Square to create other configurations. And for me, they're aesthetically pleasing, and I love the geometry that has been created because of the glitching process. So for me, this is neo-suprematism. And I believe that's it. Next slide, please. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tom.
Tom, thank you very much. The next author is Axel Buter from Germany.
Yes,
but
please.
he is not in Zoom. And Verena, can we ask you to present his book?
Would it be possible just to show the slides of his book?
Yes, of course,
please?
they are all ready.
No, the slides of the book of Axel.
They are ready.
Okay.
Yes.
So now you are showing my PowerPoint, okay?
Books on color, right?
That's mine. Okay.
Это презентация Верены, а нужна презентация Акселя Бюда.
Акселя, давайте. We have the right slides.
Axel Buter, he was one of our invited speaker, and he published in September 2020 this year a book. Is called in German Die geheimnisvolle Macht der Farben, wie sie unser Verhalten und Empfinden beeinflussen. The mysterious power of color, how they influence our behavior and sensibility. And this book has been very successful, and so he's already preparing the second edition. Next, please. Here is a cover. Next, please. And so his book is organized in two main chapters. One is about the nature of colors, and the other is about the culture of colors. Next, please. There are chapters like colors can touch the view, or the sensuality of colors, or pleasant colors, how they help us to be healthy. And next, please. He has, in the second chapter about culture of colors, he focused on the main colors, and then he selects some color terms like lip red, lipstick red, or other color terms, and then a whole chapter discusses this specific color term. And this is a diagram that fits to red. Next, please. And that's all. I hope his second edition will be also very successful. It's more a reading book than it's not, the pictures are a few only. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Verena. And the next author is you.
Yes.
Yes, Verena Schindler. So once again, your slides.
Thank you, Vasily. And, you know, many people of the study group, they have been publishing books. So what I will do, I show one slide with one book of one of the authors who are members of the study group. Okay, next slide. Color Strategies in Architecture is a book published by Haus der Farbe and also the University of Edinburgh. And it's a very interesting book published in 2015. Next, please. Planetary Color System and Système planétaire des couleurs is a bilingual publication by Michel Abervanel from 2016. Next, please. Couleurs de la Méditerranée, géographie de la couleur. is published by Jean-Philippe Lanclos and Dominique Lanclos in 2016. Next, please. The Encyclopedia of Color Science and Technology 2016, edited by Ronnie Luo, is now in the second edition, and editor, as far as I know, is José Luis Caivano for the second edition. It's really a very good encyclopedia where you have a lot of different articles about concerning color and about color. Next, please. East and West, Culture of Color and Light in Architecture was published 2017 by Pietro Zenaro. Next, please. Jean-Philippe Lanclos, Painter and Designer, 2017, includes the main texts are by Jean-Philippe Lanclos, with a preface by Jiao Min-sung, an introduction by Chloé Pitiot, and that is a Chinese-English edition published in China. Next, please. Le Chemin de l'Arc-en-Ciel is another book by Michel Albert-Vanel, published in 2018. Next, please. Quand la lumière devient couleur, it's a book by Georges Roch, published 2018 by Paris Gallimard. Next, please. Emilius Müller, Ästhetik der Farbe, is a book edited by Werner Spielmann, 2018, with text by Ulrich Bachmann, Andres Betschart, myself, Werner Spielmann, and Stephanie Wettstein. Next, please. Color Seminar, it's by Sanford Wormfeld, published 2019 in New York. Next, please. Les Cahiers de Couleurs by Yves Charnay, published 2019. Next, please. The English Language, a Colorwork Compendium. It's by John Hutchins, Richard Gavitt, Michael Pointer, and published 2019. It's already the second edition. Next, please. Couleur en extase, another book by Michel Albert-Vanel, 2020. Next, please. The Invisible has its limits. L'invisible a des limites is a book by Yves Charnay that will be published this year in English and French. Next, please. And Color, Structure and Audacity is a book by Jacqueline Caron, will be published this year, 2020, with a preface by Annie Mollard-Defour and Yves Charnay. It's an English edition, and I would like to add here that the author is celebrating her 100th birthday now this month, 2020. So congratulations, Jacqueline. Next, please. That's all.
Verena, thank you very much for the presentation of all the books. And now we can go to Julia Grieber. Yes, Julia.
Thank you, Vasily. I would like to introduce you 5 books that were published in collaborating with the Color Lab of the Smolensk State University. Next, please. The first book, Urban Color Planning, The Experience of American and European Traditions, we published together with Galen Miner from the USA. It is a book in Russian, and it is already the second edition. This book contains scientific data that combines the American and European approaches to the role of color in urban design. Next, please. The first part explores theoretical strategies related to the role of color in architecture and urban design. And the second part presents methodology involved observing and documenting urban colors and results of experimental research into the role that color can play in the built environment. Next, please. The next book, Theory of Urban Color Planning, is in Russian. Next, please. And it contains 3 chapters about culture of urban color planning, principles of color choices in urban space, structure of color design, and strategies of color planning. Next, please. In 2017, we were delighted to celebrate the Environmental Color Design Study Group's 35th anniversary in a very special way by publishing a collection of 12 papers entitled Environmental Color Design Theory and Practice. This book was edited by Verena Schindler and me and was published in Smolensk State University Press, first in Russian. Next, please. And then in English. And next, please. Next, please. The publication of the first Russian Congress of Color that we organized last year were threefold. We published a book of abstracts, the conference proceedings, and volume 1 of the scientific notes of the Color Society of Russia. This book was edited by Verena Schindler and me. And next, please. And this first volume included 19 papers from Environmental Color Design Study Group members. All papers were in English because this group co-organized this event. Many of the authors who contributed to this volume participate now in this year in the RuColor 2020. You can see the names Rui Duarte, Carla Loba, Milena Kvota, and others. Next, please. And about our plans for the future. RuColor 2020 will initially publish a book of abstracts, then the conference proceedings, and finally volume 2 of the scientific notes of the Color Society of Russia on the theme color design for the elderly. These selected papers for this special issue will be translated into Russian. A fourth publication will be a special issue of the sociological studies. This journal is devoted for young scientists and for students. And we encourage you to submit your full papers. 2 days are left. The deadline is December 7th. Thank you.
Thank you, Yulia. So our book presentation section is
we would like a picture. Vasily, could you make a picture of us?
Yes, all are on the screen now, and the picture are done. All participants, please turn on your cameras. Yes, thank you. So wonderful. Я вроде все.
Can we already move, Vasily?
Yes, thank you all. And we can start our short oral presentations session for today with short presentations about 10 minutes. And the first speaker is Tom R. Chambers, United States. We are preparing the slides. Tom, hello. Please unmute your...
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, wonderful. So we just prepare your slides and you can speak.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hello? Are you there?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I will begin. My presentation is Color and the Primordial Pixel. Next slide, please. I'm going to rush through most of this presentation so we can take a look at some of the artwork, and I can talk about that. During the latter part of 2000, I began to look at the pixel within the context of abstractionism and minimalism. I used my self-portrait, seen to the left, as a testing ground to begin to equate the pixel with the works of non-objective artists like Kandinsky, Newman, Rothko, Reinhardt, Malevich, Mondrian, and others. Next slide, please. They generated works to establish an abstract visual language of the sublime, a pure color, a geometric form, deep contemplation, and metaphysical pursuit of the truth. The pixels, or pixelscapes, as I call them, conform with many, at least in my mind, with many of these non-objective artists' works. Next slide. These pixelscapes were a revelation for me when these non-objective works generated many years before the pixel and digital revolution. It seemed that I had managed to what Kazimir Malevich and other suprematists, minimalists, had done to the simple process of magnification and isolation. You'll notice at the top, Malevich's black square and black cross. And below that, you'll see My Dear Malevich, which has been exhibited extensively in the States and worldwide, where the pixels are isolated and magnified from a photograph of Malevich. The similarities are just uncanny, unbelievable for me. Next slide, please. My work with the pixel is an attempt at equating this picture element with color-filled, hard-edge, geometric abstraction. minimalism, art movements, not to mention reaching back as far as Kazimir Malevich's suprematism. And again, here below are some of my earlier works with the pixel. Next slide, please. Various images of nature were utilized to magnify and isolate the pixel. In GIMP, which is a Photoshop equivalent, and it's free, the images were viewed at 1600%, scanned for pixel configurations and their color-filled renditions, and then cropped, isolated. The final product was then magnified again for presentation. So again, to the right, you'll notice the photo and extremely magnified a portion of that photo. You can see the pixel configuration there. Aesthetically pleasing for me. Next slide, please. Several of these pixelscapes, utilizing the most basic unit of any computer graphic, follow, revealing colorful pathways and early metaphysical aspects of art that lead the viewer to so much in terms of their own emotional content. Next slide. It contains the ironic connection between modernist philosophy, which moved visual art from figure to the physical world into an expressive and emotional world of abstraction, and the digital in which the purely abstract unit of one pixel off and one pixel on has been utilized to reproduce once again the physical world. Two examples to the left. Also, you might be able to see one of them behind me on my wall here in my studio. Pixelscapes. Next slide, please. I have shown a path by which this tool, Pixel, which so often serves hyper-reality, is forced to reveal the abstract soul at its very core. Was Malevich thinking in pixels without knowledge of the term, and even many decades before the fact of the technology which utilizes this basic component? His association with futurism might account for this sort of metaphysical connection. To the left, you'll see two more pieces of artwork showing pixel configurations and their color fields. Next slide, please. These pixelscapes straddle a whole century of art, from the earliest beginnings of modern art to the latest developments in the tools by which the newest works are being made. The ground that is covered is immense. It seems that they are not a matter of what is old or new, being new or old again, but that what is old and new exists simultaneously. That which is gone is also at the very same time ever present. Next slide. These pictures that emerged in New York City during the 1940s and 1950s, primarily by large fills of flat, solid color spread across or stained into the canvas, creating a broken surface and a flat picture plane. The movement places less emphasis on gesture, brushstrokes, and action in favor of a foreign process. In color-filled painting, color is freed from objective context and becomes the subject in itself. And most of this was taken from Themes in American Art, Abstraction. Again, to the left, you'll notice two more pixelscapes from the Primordial Pixel project. Next slide, please. These pixel configurations with their color fill renditions are also freed from objective context. They move towards similar considerations taken by Malevich and other suprematists. They reveal their most fundamental character, their reality, exposing their materials and processes. They attempt to engage the viewer in an immediate, direct, and unmediated experience. There is no attempt to represent an outside reality, with the viewer responding to only what is in front of him or her. Two more pixelscapes. Next slide. The emotions that are conjured up in these 1940s and 1950s color-filled artworks are omnipresent in my pixelscapes. They conform with many of these non-objective artist paintings. And if we have a couple of minutes, please, we have larger versions of the pixelscapes, just to hopefully appreciate them a little more. Next slide. I have rotated and enlarged the pixelscapes to take a look at their configurations and the color fills. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. And next slide. And next. Very much.
Tom, thank you very much for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions, you have asked, or you can send the questions in the chat. You use it very actively now, so it works good in chat. So, does someone want to ask now?
Thank you very much, Tom. I would like to ask, are these artwork, are they digital or are they painted or what?
Oh, they're digital. Yeah, all the work I do is digital.
So you print them out or what do you do? Or they just stay in the computer?
Yeah, everything's digital and they're digitally printed, yes.
So, and the pictures you have behind you on the wall, so these are printed.
Right, they're
images.
digital. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Verena, for your question. We go to our next talk, which is presented by Ana Paula Pinheiro and Rui Duarte from Portugal. Ana Paula.
Hi.
Ana Paula, hello.
Hello, I'm here.
Yeah, how are you?
Well, thank you. What do I have to do?
We have your slides ready. Your talk is about blue in Alternejo, or Alternejo, authenticity and sustainability. So, and Ana Paula, please.
I'm talking about blue in Alentejo, authenticity and sustainability. Next, please. Alentejo is a vast region of Arabic influence in the south of Portugal. Next, please. Where there is the tradition of painting the houses white every year by using lime. Next, please. The architectural elements, corners, wainscots, walls, and stairs are painted in color using either ochre or blue. Next, please. Doors can also be painted blue. Next, please. The oldest blue known to be used in Alentejo is the indigo of Almodovar, 13th century. It was used in whitewash with a high degree of degradation due to adverse weather conditions, so its original records are more difficult to find. Next, please. One of the oldest references is the blue of Aljustrel, 16th century. Next, please. The other shades of blue are more recent, dated from the 19th century, as it is the ultramarine case, a novel color introduced in the country according to registers in 1828, and that became part of Alentejo's architecture. Next, please. The blue acts as a counterpoint to the earthly colors such as ochre, red, and gray, poorer colors that are mixed with lime or just water, which makes them less resistant. They were all incorporated in the annual house painting tradition. Next, please. Also, cobalt blue, indigo, and other blue dyes were used precariously in the whitewash due to their small duration. This dominant characteristic in the region grants it its cultural identity that is expanded to some coastal areas in Portugal. Thereby, the methodology focuses in the variables of color, in the purposes of its use, having as a aim the identification of unifying cultural patterns of the territory. Historically, these values are counterpointed to other civilizations and framing ones, so the blue can emerge in terms of meaning and symbolic characterization. Next, please. Next. In addition, in Mediterranean zones such as Greece or Tunisia, mainly on the islands of Mykonos and Santorini, and at Sidi Bou Said, other shades of blue are used. However, we can highlight that the ancient Greeks never used blue besides the Minoans, so it was untouchable since this color only exists in the sky or the sea. Next, please. Next. In architecture, there is a combination of technical, metaphorical, and symbolical domains that are transversal to time, and through which there has been a loss of memory and reason of being. However, the ritualization in transitions that are signed in multiple ways remains, as it is the case of the door that has three slopes in architecture: the relation between inside and outside, private and public, profane and sacred. Next, please. Next. Thus, the signaling of entrances and windows of the houses with blue or ochre to expel the evil takes root in a sacralization of private space that must be maintained, as well as it is painted in response to natural conditions. Next, please. Next. The yearly painting of the houses, apart from its maintenance and cleaning, its sanitation and sustainability criteria, also possesses insect repellent effects. The approximation that is made in technical order, authenticity, sustainability, and meaning intends to deepen the reasons why color works as a support in a more profound narrative. Next, please. We can mention that in Alentejo, the color blue being the most noble was also used to highlight the places where the royal party went, since the King of Portugal had hunting grounds and a palace in Vila Viçosa. There was an appeal for the houses to be cleaned because of the king's visit. Authenticity corresponds to everything that has been added throughout time, and that becomes part of collective and cultural memory, unifying the territory. Next, please. And thank you.
Slide.
The last slide. I don't know if you have any questions.
Anna Paula, thank you very much for your presentation. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have a little time for questions.
Ana Paula, it's Verena speaking. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Is this blue, can you find it only in Alentejo in Portugal, or will you find it also in other regions?
Only in coastal areas, like my picture, and in Alentejo, most in the coastal area as well.
Okay. So why it is so restricted or limited to this region?
We couldn't find any explanation for that. And writing the paper, we found it just yesterday that was in Santa Susana village. It is in the Litoral, in Alentejo. There are a lot of houses. And Rui wants to explain.
From the 19th century, all in the, they named Santa Susana blue is a kind of ultramarine blue, and is very typical of Alentejo. And the reasons why we cannot find even something lost in memory, but maybe come from Arabian tradition. And as well as some kind of myth as the good and evil, because in Portugal, the Manuelino style put the decoration in the doors and the windows. And this kind of color, makes as well a transition, a novel transition. And this kind of sacralization, we can find the answer for this proposal. We try to find more further explanations, because this year in Alentejo, we wonder in Bible libraries and museums the reason why, but I think this something answers are lost in memory, and while trying to find the anthropological reasons of this matter, because it's very interesting and is unifying the territory.
May I make a contribution?
Yes, please.
Is in this region a lot of mosquitoes and scorpions?
Yes.
Yes, yes. Maybe.
Yeah, I made a contribution on that as a paper, because mosquitoes and the scorpions see blue light or blue painting as fire, and they don't go into the houses. If you look at the painting, they are at the doors or at the windows or around them. So if these animals see that as a fire, they don't go in. They don't need any other things that they don't go in.
We wrote about mosquitoes in our paper as well, but the scorpions we didn't know. Insects we didn't know.
Yeah, just read about it. You'll be surprised. Thank you.
We didn't know why it was repellent to insects.
Yeah, they are in many countries. It's made. It's not only in one, in many. And just read about it. You'll be surprised. Thank you very much.
For example, I wrote in for color as well an article in Gulbenkian 2 years ago, and about a statue, a bronze statue of King of Portugal here in Lisbon, and the statue is a horse, is riding a horse, and below the statue is snakes, and on account of snakes, there's no pigeons in the top of the statues because it's repellent. Yeah. Pigeons and seagulls don't go to the statues on account of snakes as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for a wonderful discussion. Our next talk is about a practical procedure for using real material colors in CAD systems, presented by Gianluca Guarini and Maurizio Rossi. Gianluca, hello.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Good morning.
Good morning.
And good afternoon. We have good
day.
Afternoon
good
now,
afternoon.
Yes. Yeah. So your slides are ready. You can talk.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. Today, me and Professor Maurizio Rossi are presenting a practical procedure for using real materials, colors in CAD system. And so next, please. Okay. In interior design, designers always do choices on lightings and materials. In lighting design, it is possible to simulate the distribution of light intensities through the use of ISC files. But in material and finishes, to replicate colors, the most common procedure is to choose a texture from the internet or to take a shot of a sample of material via smartphone. But textures downloaded from the internet and acquired via smartphone are usually JPEG of poor quality. We don't know the lighting condition of the shot, and we don't have information about the ICC. Furthermore, very glossy finishes may present reflections and gradient. Next, please. For having a correct acquisition, we must deal with color management. That implies having hardware and software tools that allow to obtain an image that corresponds to the truth as much as possible. Carry out transformation of color spaces between different devices, both for acquisition and display, and to calibrate all of these devices. A procedure that allows faithfully acquisition with specific, standard, and replicable lighting conditions provides two possible solutions, one using a scanner and the other one using an SLR camera, and we will see the second one. Next, please. We need to profile that camera, and to do that, we have to shoot in RAW. And in RAW, scan color depends on the color temperature of the light source. And to correct the CCT, we need to balance the white when shooting or in post-production. Scanned colors depend also on the characteristic of the sensor. And to have a specific representation of colors that each camera does differently, we must use a color checker that helps us to balance the white and create a color profile related to the camera and the different lighting shooting situations. Next, please. We will use the color checker passport provided by X-Rite, the classic one with 24 notches, which also contain neutral reference for white balance. It also helps us to control the exposure during shooting, and it comes with proprietary software and Lightroom plugins. Next, please. The 24 colors of the color checker are metameric. The 6 grayscale color are a reference for post-production white balance. And we have also 6 primary colors and 12 common reference colors. We will use the software of Passport to create digital negative camera profiles compatible with Lightroom and Camera Raw of Photoshop. And recent version also can create ICC profiles. Next, please. Next, please. Okay. The acquisition of the material sample must take place in a standardized, controllable, and replicable environment with no sunlight and sky. The sample should be placed on a sufficiently large, evenly lit work surface, and we should use 2 lamps of the same type and age of known color temperature. These lamps should be placed on stands, symmetrically respect to the table. In the case of specular samples, we have to move the lamps away and raise them, and we should avoid colored objects close to the set and clothes of the shooter with too light and saturated colors. The acquisition plane should be no lighter than the white mark of the color checker. A gray background can be the best solution in most cases. Next, please. The color checker must be illuminated by the same source that illuminates the subject. If the light condition change, the color checker must be photographed again. And this should be in front of the camera, resting on the surface where the sample is, or on top of it. It must occupy at least 10% of the frame, but must not occupy the entire image, or some vignetting effect can interfere with the acquisition of the color of the notches. Next, please. The setup of the camera. The camera must be installed on a tripod to take a zenith shot. The zoom stroke of the machine must be in an intermediate position, adjusting the height of the camera rather than tuning the zoom. The shutter must be closed as much as possible, and the sensitivity must be set to low values, because other values may affect color acquisition. As already said, the acquisition must be done in RAW mode, and the camera needs to be correctly on-focused. It is needed to adjust the exposure and the white balance as best as possible. No underexposure or no overexposure shots. Next, please. To calibrate the device, we have found 2 possible solutions. In the first, we use Lightroom with Color Checker plugin to create the digital negative color profile. We apply on the image taken the created color profile and then correct the white balance. We apply the same changes to the photo without the color checker, but with the same lighting condition. And finally, we export in TIFF with an sRGB profile. In the second solution, we convert the raw shot to digital negative with Camera Raw. We use the supplied software Color Checker Camera Calibration to create a digital negative color profiles, and we can also create ICC profiles. In Camera Raw, we apply the same changes to the photo without the color checker, but with the same lighting conditions. And as a final step, we save in TIFF with the profile converted in sRGB. Next, please. So to sum up, we have acquired a sample of material together with the color checker through an SRL camera with Lightroom and Color Checker plugin, or with Adobe Camera Raw and Color Checker Camera Calibration, we have obtained a TIFF image with sRGB color profile universally usable in CAD system. Next, please. And in conclusion, to correctly acquire colors of sample of materials, we can use a scanner of an SRL camera. In this issue, we studied the ideal spaces, environment, and lighting condition for the acquisition with the SRL camera, its best setting, which physical tool and software to use to perform a correct calibration, and by creating a color profile related to the specific device used and the specific lighting conditions. We saw how to apply this color profile to the image acquired and how to export it with an sRGB profile that is the one accepted by CAD system. We have found also some limits about this procedure, that is that we don't acquire data about specular reflected light. But to do this, we should integrate the result with the spectral value of the BRDF. And this is complex. Why? Because detecting BRDF is not easy, but is feasible on homogeneous material, but is much more difficult on textured materials. And even if obtained, the main CAD software doesn't provide this type of input. And that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Gianluca, thank you very much for
thank
your
you very much
presentation.
for your presentation. Is it possible explain to me if we use polarized filter for eliminated specular reflected, is it possible or not?
Sorry, I don't understand the question, sorry.
Is it possible we use in front of our lens an polarized filter to eliminate the specular reflection? Is it possible or not?
We don't have explored this possibility. We found that to eliminate the specular reflection, the best way was to take the lamps further from the table, take it away, to have more distance and to raise them in order to don't have the reflection on the surface. We don't have explored the possibility to put a lens in order to take away the specular reflected light.
May I make a contribution to that?
If I can add just a consideration on this, it could be an interesting thing to do. The polarized filter, you can write down the unpolarized contribution of reflected lighting. The issue could be the one of understanding how this filter could affect the color, also using the X-Bright color checker. I think this could be an experimentation that could be done, obviously, yeah.
Thank you, Gianluca. Thank you, Maurizio.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, there is a discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, if there is more question, there are more questions, please send them in chat.
Technology in the
and now we go to our next speakers, Maria Marta Mariconde, Adriana Incasciato, Paola Tretel from Argentina. The talk is about technology in the walk, experiential reading of color of urban landscape.
Technology in the walk, experiential reading of color of urban landscape. This work belongs to the research City Readings, Landscape and Color, Emerging Technologies in Public Space. The interaction of people with the real urban scene, emphasized by the concept of experiential learning of public space, is studied. This fact is reinforced by experiencing the public space using digital tools and therefore advanced with the team. The research of the sociologist and urban planner Jean-Paul Thibault on perception in urban environments and the development of the Le Parcucumente method considers the sensitive experience of the observer involving three simultaneous activities: walking, perceiving, and describing. This recognition methods is about knowledge in motion, generating a dynamic in the discovering, reading, recording, and communication of urban reality. It allows perception in context and in movement, mobilizing perceptual resources along the way with experiences and practices in public space. The sensitive qualities of the observer are activated and contributes to the identity image of the city. The objective of the experiential urban reading methodology proposed is the design of a methodology for reading public space as a tool to allow those who manage the city to generate other sustainable forms of urbanization and meanings of places, involving emerging technologies with practices of recognition and interpretation of the city. This encourages the urban experience while helping to build that image of the city, where landscape becomes an action and active entity. The case study is the town of Villa Allende in the metropolitan area of the capital city of Córdoba, Argentina. With scenic sites, valuable heritage, and environmental interest, is located between the Sierras Chicas hills and the Sierras Pampeanas. It has great value in the history of its heritage and environmental landscape richness. The methodological process considered first a work meeting scheduled between the team members of the project and authorities from the City Hall of Villa Allende. Then we had to delimitate the intervention area. We used two scales, the study area and the axis of interest, the Del Carmen Street. The third step, perception and sensitive registration of the public space in context and in movement, with changes of views, perspectives and positions of the researchers while walking. The team members approach the experimental urban reading focusing on the Del Carmen Street. This street is well known for the presence of historic 20th century architecture, such as the picturesque residence of the Italian architect Augusto Ferrari from early the 30s. They are implanted in large parks with texture and color brick roofs. The recognition route while walking, perceiving and describing was carried out through photographs, graphics, drawings and sketches using mobile devices. Recordings, exchange of comments and casual interviews to inhabitants while walking were made. There were considered different points of interest marked with the colored glasses along the way. Analysis and interpretation, where we emphasize the richness of lived experience from the presence of color. Different components and chromatic situations were detected, recorded, and evaluated with the predominance of environmental colors that varied from yellowish ochre, reddish brown, and different ranges of green that could change in the different seasons, as well as with the variations of light of the day. In these sequential facades, we can register sensations, colors in these keywords. Sensations, colors, and keywords arriving to the stream, Saldan stream, and this particular architecture of Ferrari. Finally, we can build this street sequential color map with the color perception of the Del Carmen Street. In fact, concluding, these are the advances of the project, applying the experiential urban reading methodology. It includes different environmental colors perceived in the route, resulting in the visualization and perception of Del Carmen Street. The first partial result of this reading information will continue with the design of color cards, including every single point of interest previously detected. The experiential learning of the city, based on situated cognition and interaction with the urban scene, will mark an advance in the concepts and practices carried out on the public space of the
Лёш, можно?
Stop.
Thank you very much, Maria, Adriana, and Paula, for the nice presentation. Unfortunately, we don't have much time for questions, but you can answer questions if they are in chats on Zoom and YouTube.
Thank you, Vasily. Thank you all.
Our next speaker is Kazim Hilmi Or from Germany. Kazim, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, how are you?
Fine. And you?
Yes, wonderful. Your talk today is about plasmonic colors used for centuries being reused through nanotechnology. Your slides are ready. Kazim, please.
Thank you very much. Next slide, please. I would like to introduce myself. I have 3 doctoral degrees and 2 master degrees. I am also an individual member and the only eye doctor in the Turkish and German National Committee on Illumination. I am also one of the 9 individual members of the International Color Association. And my profession is an eye doctor. I like to combine its knowledge. Next slide, please. Yeah, that stained glass, which we know over more than 500 years, I never knew how, as an artist or photographer, I never knew how it functioned, because from outside it looks mostly black, and inside, if it's sunny, you can see these beautiful colors. They knew it from 500 years ago. I didn't know it. Next slide, please. Okay, I work a lot about visual perception. In all my degrees, I made theses about visual perception, not only medical ones, but also social and the perception in the brain. Next, please. So normally we have the white light and it has 7 colors in that, much more, but 7 main colors. Next slide. And then we can see in 2 ways. In the first one, we saw about the surface, all the colors come, all the rays from colors come to the surface. If I go all through, it's a black surface. Next slide. If only one go back, it may be an orange one. Next one, please. Blue one, next one, please. And white one, if all the rays are reflected. Next one, please. So we can see the light. The light itself we can see only on screens. Otherwise, we cannot look into the light. The other thing are the pigments. We look at them and they have the colors, but the perception is another one than by the light. Next slide, please. Normally in the light, we have the additive color mixing, which we all know. If you have red, green, and blue and put it together at light, it becomes white. In pigments, it's the other way around. If you take the colors, yellow, blue, and magenta, and put it together, it should be as light, normally white, but in pigments, it's black. So it's 2 kinds of color perception which are against each other. Next slide, please. So light is given by photons, and pigments are materials. We look at it. Next slide, please. So we can change the color of the light with filters, which are normally materials, which we see on the right side. And it has sometimes problems or complications. Next slide, please. So there are plasmonics, which are in these windows, which we saw before. The technology can be explained today much better. They are plasmonic nanoparticles. What are they? They are metallic. The metals have free electrons, and we know today that these electrons in the metals have electron clouds, which is called plasma. And they may have a surface plasmonic resonance if the light falls on them. And the wavelength of that may change with the particle size, material, and medium. And they may be excited by specific wavelengths. So the absorption and scattering may be 40 times more. It means we can see it very bright in that colors. That's the technology behind it. It's different from the technology we are used from the pigments or from the light. Next slide, please. So what's different? It's the same material. We can change the particle size and we can have other wavelengths. Next slide, please. It means we have other colors. We don't change this material. We change only the particle size of the plasmonic material. That's very important. We don't have this by other materials or by other pigments. Next slide, please. So we can have not only B color, only two colors, we have every color with the same material, which is new, old technology, but newly used again. Next slide, please. We can have there are many studies about it. Just on the right upper photo, you can see all the colors can be done through this. Next slide, please. Yeah, and you can use it also on screens. It's very important because it's the light, and normally in the screens we look into the light. It's other than looking at a paper where it's printed. The perception is the other way around, but it functions also on screens. Next slide, please. So let's some uses, because I have also a master and doctoral degree in photography. It's very it's changing the modus. In CMOS camera sensors, they are electronic devices, they are pixels, and they are scaled down because we don't need any more dyes which are important in these sensors, and you can do it one or two atoms think that you have the sensor. In dyes, you have the low absorption coefficients. It's relatively thick and it's difficult to fabricate because of that. It's very normally very expensive, and it has manufacturing and design problems. Next slide, please. And the plasmonic structures, they are ultra thin. Their spatial resolution is beyond the diffraction limits. It's not like dye filters, so you have much less optical diffraction and optical problems that you can not see the colors. You can see it much better. And the other thing is, these are material in that way. I will talk about it later. The dyes are toxic to the environment. The plasmonic elements are mostly recyclable or biodegradable materials, so it's good for the nature. Next slide, please. So the use of plasmonic colors in an old entity is different from the conventional color perception with light or dye filters or with dyes directly. The technology behind plasmonic colors is used in the area of nanotechnology, which we experience today. It's used in combination with metamaterials. To the materials, these are materials which are very, very thin, but has the function as 3D thick materials. You can make, for example, lenses for that, and it's changing our human life. Next slide, please. As an artist of photography, I still use the normal sensors, but next slide, please. Soon, the photo machines may be very, very thin. Thank you.
Можно? Kazim, thank you very much for your interesting presentation. So, no time for questions, sorry, but there is a possibility on chats for discussion too. We now go to Iran. The authors of the next talk are Mahdi Safi, Keyvan Ansari, Saideh Farokh Hosseini Shakarabi, and the topic is a color performance comparison of LCD and CRT monitors, considering black offset, white point, and linearity. So, Mahdi. Hello.
Thank you very much.
So it's Keyvan, yes?
Keyvan,
yeah.
yes.
Nice to see you. Yeah. So your slides are ready. You can talk now.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to my presentation. Let me start by saying a few words about our background. My name is Kayvan Ansari. I am working as an academic staff in the Department of Color Imaging and Color Image Processing, and my colleague Dr. Safi and Ms. Hosseini are working in the Department of Color Physics. Both of these departments are under authority of Institute for Color Science and Technology that's located in Tehran, the capital city of Iran. As you can see on the screen, our topic is about a color performance comparison of LCD and CRT monitor, considering black offset, white point, and linearity. Please, next slide. Please, next. Okay. As you know, LCD and CRT monitors are vital tools in a vast majority of digital products and color appearance design. So achieving a right color through the calibration of monitors is so essential. Although the LCDs have a newer technology, but CRT monitors are still using in the digital design. Our aim in this work is to compare the performance of color imaging by LCD and CRT monitors. For this purpose, we try to compare three well-known characteristics such as noise, white point, and linearity. These comparisons have taken between two kinds of monitors. Please, next. And LCD from Samsung brand and CRT from the Hansol brand, we choose these two kinds of brands, and with the CS2000 spectroradiometer from Konica Minolta, we try to employ it to measure the monitor's spectral radiation distribution, and also color coordinates and color quantities. The spectral radiance distribution was measured in the range of 380 nanometer until 780 nanometer. This range belongs to the visible range at 5 nanometer intervals. The spectroradiometer was also set perpendicular to the monitor screen on the central point in its middle, as you can see in the right above this slide. All comparisons such as lighting, monitor warm-up time, and so on were considered under identical conditions. Please, next. The spectral radiance distribution of both monitors were measured on an equal scale when all three channels set to 0. It means we measure the black offset of monitors. The results show that the noise, you can see here as a fluctuation, some fluctuation, in both monitors was slightly different, but not zero in either. And the result is that the black offset noise ratio on the CRT is significantly greater than LCD, as you see here in the traves. Also, a black image on the LCD monitor is accompanied by a red tint color compared to the CRT display. Please, next. For measuring white point, 3 channels of each monitors were set and measured at the maximum outputs, maximum possible outputs. The white luminescence on the LCD monitor was about 2.2 times more than the CRT monitors. And another result is that the CRT monitor could simulate the D65. You know, D65 is a standard illuminant. So we can find that the CRT can better simulate behavior in this kind of monitor. Please, next. For measuring linearity, the spectral radiance of 5 levels of gray on the CRT and also on the LCD monitors were measured and arranged based on the corresponding digital count. You can see these 5 levels in the left left above and the bottom of the curves you can see in this slide. And we find that the CRT monitor linearization performs more linearity and somewhat better demonstration gray levels. As a conclusion, in the process of color management and display colorization, it is necessary to consider the amount of noise to obtain the correct colors. Also, the measuring white point showed that the CRT could significantly simulate the behavior of D65 standard light source. And also, the CRT monitor showed a better linearity behavior than the LCD to display the different levels of gray signals. So if you have any question, I am happy to answer them.
Thank you, Keivan, for your presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions, there is a couple of minutes. Вообще нету, да? So, Keivan, so far no questions, but check on the chats. Yes, maybe there will be questions there or comments. So, as I understand, we don't have our next participant, Carlos Esteban Prause. So,
Vasily?
Yes,
It's Verena speaking.
Yes.
Could we just show the slides?
Yes,
And
they are
he
already
did a
running.
very nice presentation.
Yes. So the slides are ready.
Yes. I will just read the titles maybe.
Yes, the topic of this presentation is the color as a distinctive quality in visual identity, analysis of dominant color in brand identity in relation to the perception of the recipient.
This talk is by Carlos Esteban Prause from Santa Fe, Argentina. He did this nice PowerPoint, but could not be with us now. So here's this abstract, and it's a research project. It's entitled Chromatic Verb Model in the Project Management of Visual Identity, directed by Carlos himself. Next, please. So here he explains the methodology about the survey, the analysis of data, the proposal raised, and final reflections. The objectives are general and specific. Next, please. Then his main topic is color as a significant. And the second chapter is about color and brand identity. Next, please. He talks about the analysis levels, the axiological, the narrative, and the discursive. And then the conclusions. Thank you very much, Carlos, for this nice presentation you sent us.
Thank you, Verena, for commenting on this presentation. So the next authors
Augmented reality
are also from Argentina. Again, Maria Marta Mariconde, Eugenia Vidal, Octavia Viotti, Lucas Aysama, Micaela Echenique, and their talk is about augmented reality in interactive color experience, commemorating Bauhaus 100. So.
Augmented reality in interactive color experience, commemorating Bauhaus 100. The presented work advances on practices of learning to see, emerged as a pedagogical project developed by the research team TEFU of the Institute of Color, the Faculty of Architecture, Urbanism and Design of the National University of Córdoba, Argentina. Learning to see the city as a concept that enables the construction of the situated urban gaze from experience, providing a reflective dimension to see what there is, the urban reality, but also what could exist, awakening imagination and invention. With the incorporation of emerging technologies in the construction of the gaze, interactive experiences of augmented reality and immersive practices with virtual reality, to learn to see and discover other realities. With activities of articulation between college and middle school, and transfers to the community, both practices mediated by emerging technologies. To celebrate the 100 years of its foundation, FAUD organized a meeting in 2019 with the intention of revisiting the values of the German school and update its imprint in the educational context, both from the teaching practice and from the collective and individual searches of students, designers, researchers. In this framework, it was considered appropriate to resignify its validity. The proposal of the Bauhaus School of Design, with its innovations in the teaching and learning of design, became a founding experience of Central European modernity and a point of reference for institutions of architecture and design. Color at the Bauhaus and the proposal from TEFU. The Bauhaus coloristic proposal was approached by the research team, linking the chromosyntactic schemes of one of its main representatives, the artist Paul Klee, with the work of the contemporary Córdoba's painter Rosa Ana Tinti, who considered Klee's works as her initial inspiration. In her artistic process, she has represented some of Klee's attitudes and few similarities, which can be appreciated on the use of forms and mainly the use of color. Because of this reason, her work was selected to be analyzed. Klee's pedagogical legacy consists of a set of texts with theoretical and practical investigations, full of diagrams, tables, color scales, and drawings around the form, geometry, plane, rhythm, movement, and reflections and structures of the nature. His theories of color were based on Goethe's color circle, where red was opposed to green, orange to blue, and yellow to violet. Also, in addition to his famous notebooks, he wrote essays on art. Rosa Ana Tinti considers some of Klee's works as her initial inspiration at the time of painting and thinking about color. She investigated and experimented mainly in Klee's synthesis and symbolic work. A magical realism is expressed in her works, standing out for a poetic vision and a marked religious tinge to the urban landscape of Córdoba. She manages to install a candid atmosphere contradictory to the aggressiveness of urban reality, and with an apparently naive celebration of color, The objective of the practice was to reveal the relationship in the way the color is used between both artists in a space of micro-experimentation. This was possible through the use of digital applications and mobile devices interacting with augmented reality and combining the real world with virtual elements. Diverse images by both artists were selected and explored. The team managed to create real and digital photo montages and invite visitors to interact freely. It was possible to combine geometric planes, objects, characters, and images from both artists. This practice showed up graphic foundations and common colors, detected from the similarities in both painters' works, giving us, as a result, very diverse and creative expressions. You can see the results obtained. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Yeah, I want to thank the wonderful team from Argentina for an interesting, once again, presentation. And our next talk is planned for 3:50. And this is the talk by Giselle Carvalho and Camila Cruz. Hello, Giselle,
Hello.
Camila.
Hello,
Yeah,
can you hear
so
me?
I can see you both now. How are you?
Fine.
So, how is it better for you if you start your talk now or wait until your time?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Camila, please
Okay.
unmute your microphone. Yeah. So, should we wait for your time, 3:50, or you can start now?
So you can start now.
You can start now, yeah? Okay,
Yeah.
then let me announce your
Our
talk,
research.
Colors of Social Housing in Recife, Brazil. Yes, your slides are already running. You can talk, please.
Okay. Our research is a part of one broader research that aims to clarify. You can put the next slide, please. Housing in Recife, Brazil. Next slide. And colors of social housing in Recife, Brazil. Next. And this research seeks professional's choice for a chromatic palette composed by shades of brown and beige, gray, white, and black in nowadays projects of the social healthiest classes houses in Recife, Brazil. And if it's possible to consider a classic color palette formed by these colors. As you can see in those pictures, here in Recife, in our city. And the constant of this palette is very huge. Next. Firstly, it was presumed that the use of this chromatic palette is associated in Recife, Brazil, with classicism as an aesthetic reference in architecture and design. Modernity, and good taste. So we found 6 historical references that list in the shades of beige and white, brown and golden in Palladian neoclassical style in Europe interiors at 18th to 19th century. The second one was notes of foreign travelers about Recife house. And after that, French and British neoclassical styles in the architecture and the arts of the 18th century. Winkelmann in 1750 and 76, right? Whiter a body, the more beautiful it is. And the Europeization urban bourgeois colors as opposed to rustic Oriental African commoners. Is I write from Gilberto Freire. No, not yet. Could you put the previous one? Oh, thank you. And at the end, Le Corbusier, Adolf Loos, proposals for modern architecture. So we went to Paris and London to take some pictures of neoclassical buildings, as you can see there at this slide. Next. And the research takes the social houses of 10 contemporary country and beach houses, and 5 apartment social spaces in multifamiliar buildings, 5 social spaces for single family housing, and the constant chromatic palette composed by shades of brown and beige, gray, white, and black was verified in all spaces. Next, please. Another section of our research took place in the social spaces exposed by Casa Cor exhibition, which is a relevant exhibition of architecture, interior design, and landscaping in Brazil. In these social spaces, it was also found prominence in the use of this referred palette. Only 3 of them presented another color than those mentioned in the studied palette, and neither for specific imposition. Next, please. At the end of the research, a survey was applied to architects, designers, and professionals of related areas, mostly postgraduate professionals. Proportional, elegant, which gives pleasure to the eye, and what is established as the correct to use. The vast majority select classic palette among the colors present: white, brown, and beige, and gray. And our partial conclusion is the survey has proved that leaves no doubt that these attributes are everything that the healthier layers hope to symbolize in their homes, which justifies the choice of this palette in their projects and design. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Camila. Thank you, Giselle. So I apologize for not giving the opportunity for asking questions for our previous presenters. I see Maria Mariconda is here on Zoom. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions to both presenters.
Hello everyone, I'm Omid Reza Bakhchisarai from Western.
Yes, if you have questions to both talks, you can now ask. In chat, in Zoom, I can read positive comments on both talks. So no questions so far, but maybe they are then in chats. Thanks again, Giselle and Camila. Thank you very much. And we go to our next talk, presented by Omid Reza Bakhchisarai, Soelia Beyrovi Chesnazar, and Ali Reza Bakhchisarai from Australia. Their talk is about investigation on conceptual features of colors in Iranian historical buildings. Yes, Omid. So apparently they are not there. Yes. Yes, Verena.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's a PowerPoint with sound.
Okay, that's nice.
Okay.
Yeah, we just run the slides.
Hello everyone, I'm Omid Reza Bakhchisarai from Western Sydney University. Our article about investigation on conceptual features of colors in Iranian historical buildings. A major visual factor in cognition and formation of architectural works is color, which is not manifested by itself. Rather, it is manifested via design, when becoming the origin of work and intervening in its space sense. The feeling and mood of spaces are influenced by colors. Colors even are able to influence perception of room temperature in some people. They start an emotional response since they transfer wavelengths triggering hormone changes in the human body. Hence, if the building's colors are properly selected, it significantly affects urban spaces. In general, colors play an important role in the culture of Iranian society, and its continuity has survived from the past up to now. Moreover, color has always occupied a unique and a special status in Iranian architecture, and Iranian buildings have been the location where the Iranians' feelings and beliefs can be expressed through color, from displaying the variety both aesthetic and structural. In the current work, a descriptive analytical approach is adopted for reviewing and explaining conceptual features and application of different colors in the historical Iranian buildings, for representing special solutions for color usage in the modern buildings in a productive manner from the perspective of psychological and aesthetic principles. To this end, multiple case studies from different areas were selected and the concept of colored elements in this work were investigated. A notable result related to color mood associations and color connotations was its consistency cross-culturally from one group to other and one individual to another. The large number of works that have compared human subjects in the world indicates the status of color as an international visual language that is comprehended by all. Hence, this research finding can be helpful for all countries, since the traditional language of colors has never changed over the time. Many colors have been utilizing in historical Iranian buildings for decades. However, some colors play more active roles, such as white, blue, pink, and gold. Due to results, Iranian artists with the extraordinary knowledge on the colors, characteristics, and concepts have discovered proper approaches for conveying those concepts to people for many centuries. These approaches can be utilized in modern buildings as appropriate ways for optimal use of colors. Studying the historical buildings and traditional approaches and learning from them can provide a basis for the evolution of today's architecture. Ultimately, appropriate usage of traditional concepts in using natural elements, particularly the color in buildings, enhance the quality in the living spaces. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests and participants of the conference, this was our last presentation for the whole conference, and the last what we have to do is closing ceremony, and it will begin at 4:10 p.m. So please wait until that time, and we make a short technical break. Please stay, we'll be back soon. Thank you very much. Да. Gentlemen, participants and guests of the conference, now we are ready to launch our closing ceremony, and the first part of the ceremony is a short video about our conference, how it worked. Please enjoy. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you the chairwomen of the organizing committee of the conference, Julia Grieber and Verena Schindler.
Здравствуйте, дорогие коллеги. Verena, will you talk in English? Oh, Verena, unmute your microphone, please.
So, okay. So Vladimir Istemenko is a conference designer. He's a BA student and created the RU color logo that you see now. We would like to warmly thank Vladimir for having given an identity to this conference. Thank you. So what do you see? Do you see a church? or something else?
The next slide, please. And the next one.
And so in fact, you see both, or you can see both. On one side, the church, the top of the church, and the phoenix. The phoenix, in fact, is a symbol of Smolensk. The symbol recognizes that Smolensk has risen twice from the ashes of the war and then was rebuilt. So it's both the church and the phoenix.
Дорогие коллеги, мы хотели бы представить вам логотип нашей конференции и автора этого логотипа, который сейчас присутствует в Zoom-руме. И если это возможно, я прошу операторов показать Владимира Устименко. Это студент Смоленского государственного университета, который разработал для конференции логотип. В основе символа две первых буквы слов «Россия». Я не знаю, видели вы их во время конференции или нет. Купол церкви и птица Феникс, символ Смоленска. А в основе цветовой композиции российский триколор. Чудесный логотип. Нам очень он понравился и помогал. Следующий слайд.
We would like to introduce our team that helped us organize this conference.
Мы хотим поблагодарить всю нашу команду, которая помогала нам организовывать. Вы их всех видели в видео, они все есть на слайде с именами. Если что, обращайтесь.
And we would like to warmly thank also our team. Thank you very much.
Спасибо вам большое. Следующий слайд.
We would like to thank you, all the invited speakers coming from different parts of the world. They did really a great job. We enjoyed very much their excellent contribution. Thank you very much.
Мы хотим поблагодарить наших приглашенных лекторов, представителей разных стран со всего мира за восхитительные доклады. Большое вам спасибо. Следующий.
And last but not least, we also would like to thank you all for participating in this wonderful conference. And I think it was really very successful. Thank you very much.
И мы хотим поблагодарить всех вас, всех участников за то, что вы сделали эту конференцию такой живой, такой умной, такой интересной. Дальше. Ну, тут нечего комментировать. У нас были подключения, когда мы делали осторожные прогнозы во время коронавируса, мы по опыту прошлого года очень сильно бы хотели, чтобы у нас были представители 20 стран, а у нас в этом году участники из 49 стран, зрители из 49 стран на YouTube, те, кто пишет нам комментарии, те, кто останутся с нами обсуждать еще наши результаты в течение долгого времени.
So you saw all the statistics already in the video, and so I would like now to thank you very much for participating in the International Conference of the Color Society of Russia. I would like to thank for all these talks, all the talks that were really very instructive, constructive, and very interesting. They will be very precious for future discussion about color in the future. And we look also forward to the proceedings and look forward to seeing you in the next conference.
Мы Благодарим вас за ваш вклад в конференцию, благодарим вас за ваши чудесные доклады, за обсуждения, которые были содержательными, конструктивными, интересными и которые, несомненно, внесут вклад в дальнейшее изучение цвета. Мы будем очень ждать ваши полные статьи для наших сборников и будем очень ждать встречи с вами в следующем году. We can say that the conference is closed.
So we herewith close the International Conference of the Color Society of Russia 2020. Thank
И
you.
мы объявляем Международную научную конференцию Российского общества цвета закрытой.
Thank you very much. It was a great event.